Good evening and welcome to Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth Equinox. Joining me for the initial stages of this show is Martin Lietzke and Antonio Subrats. And alongside Antonio, we've got Patricia Steer. I won't put their cameras on at the moment for reasons that I won't disclose. We are inviting everybody who watches this show to share with us their sunrises and sunsets and high noon from across the flat plane. So hopefully those who are going to be sharing their high noon will have already tuned into Robin Poe's spectacular video explaining how to use a stick and a shadow and a few pebbles to work out your solar noon. If you've done that, hopefully you'll tune in just before that actually occurs. For the most part, though, I'm sure we will be getting sunrises and sunsets from across the plane. So if you can tune in the darkness for your pre-dawn sunrise, so we actually want to see the light arriving at your location. Ideally, all of these would be over water, but of course that won't be the case for most people. So we appreciate that a lot of you won't actually capture the disk of the sun rising potentially from your location. But that's absolutely fine if you can tune in anyway with your pre-dawn sunrise and indeed your sunsets, which is a lot simpler for most people. Most people will have experienced a sunset at some stage and know how to point a camera at one. So in order to join this hangout, I will have sent out by now probably 200 emails odd to people who have requested them. So if you've had one of those emails on your smartphone, just simply click on the link and it'll ask you to accept the conditions and then join the hangout. Once you do so, you won't actually be broadcast immediately to the public. So we do actually have to present you. So anybody who's hosting the shows, I'll give you a rundown of who's actually hosting in a moment, but anybody who's hosting the shows has to actually present you to the general public. So although we can hear you on the chat, on the inside of it, on this side of the fence, the people who are watching it on the watch page can't. So until we actually get you presented, and I don't think I need to go into details of why we're doing that, but yes, that's basically the scheme of things. You need to join in and then tell us that you're about to share your sun. Once we've actually got you presented to the public, we will need you to present on camera the information. So you don't actually have to point your camera at your face in order to do this. Ideally, it would always be pointed at the sun, as rude as that may sound. So we need your location and your local time. Now, there are quite a few other things that we can gather from the more initiated into this particular subject, and I'm sure people will have further information that they'll want to present to us, even more so than we have requested. On my channel, Nathan Oakley 1980, there is a little video with a printout sheet that you can screen capture, a little still that has tracking information. So for all of those negative Nellies who criticize the lack of data collection, it will be collected on this Hangout Live for all who join to share their sunrise, high noon or sunset. But if you want to actually log that data as we go through these sessions, then feel free to do so. Just take a screen capture of that little video short and feel free to scribble down the information as it comes. So the other way to join is to click on the link below this video in the info box. Just click on that and the same thing will happen. What we will ask for people who do join using the link that they mute the watch page. So the page that you're actually seeing this information on now, the page that has me talking on it, has to be muted before you join. If indeed you do join with a background noise of the watch page, you just won't get presented until that gets sorted out. So we're going to hopefully keep this a little bit more professional than last time, keep the screeching feedback to an absolute minimum. So on that note, I'm going to say hello first of all to Martin Lietzke. How are you doing, Martin? How's it going? You're on mute at the moment. You're on mute, buddy. Can you hear me, Martin?
Yeah, sorry, I was just sending links out. Yeah, miles away. Yeah, I'm brilliant. Absolutely awesome. Very excited. This is a real important event, I think. I think this is like groundbreaking. You know, how many times do people do this? The flat earthers getting together to basically track the sun. We need as many locations as possible, people. Everybody out there?
For sure. I mean, that's something that you were tweeting out the message for this show, hopefully. I mean, I'll encourage everybody right at the start to do the same. So the more people will get watching, the more chance one of those watchers will have their sun rising or setting, maybe not solar noon on the off chance, but yeah, certainly with sunrises and sunset maybe captured on the off chance. So please share the link for this show, tweet it out, put it on Facebook, put it on your Google Plus page. Hopefully we'll get a few more people visiting this event and sharing their sunrises and sunsets with us. We will continually plug how to join the show. So it's not necessarily the case that you need to share the join link, because that will change as the Hangouts change. But yeah, each show will have its own share link to get people watching, and hopefully that will encourage more people to share the suns. Maybe Martin, who has had a very different angle, we were talking about this just before the show started. Tell us, Martin, because you had a different outlook on your experience of the last sun tracking.
Yeah, I just love the way it brings people together. I think that's really important. You know, I'm big on bringing people together, and this happens a lot. There's people that wouldn't even met one another if they hadn't, you know, got involved with stuff like this. Well, I wasn't really involved with the last one, but I was there riding it. It was very enjoyable. But you know, I think if you look back on this time, it's going to be incredible. You're thinking, wow, you know, we all got together. We've done something independent of academia. We're doing something real here. You know, we keep getting stick. You know, flat earthers ain't doing much. It's full of wind. But, you know, yeah, this is hard work. We're doing it. You know, join in, please. Give us your sun if you can. Sunrise, sunset. That's my words.
Yeah, but I mean, like you say, it's the feeling of unity. I know we did a preamble to this show, and we had Isa Hall on, and he was quick to say, you know, if it wasn't for doing sun tracking, I wouldn't have met a load of really nice people.
Oh, that's nice. I read a news flower. She wrote a comment about me yesterday. She didn't think I'd see it. It was weeks old. Said, Martin has managed to bring so many different people together. And I hadn't really thought of that. I thought, well, have I? Well, yeah, I suppose I have really. So that's a really good thing. I want to do more of that. Bring more people, more thousands together through this as well. Nice sharing experience. I tell you, I love a sunrise anyway and a sunset. One of the best things you can see in reality, I think. They're only there for you.
Absolutely. The stars, sunrises and sunsets, that's, you know, top three things to just go out and for free, have a look at.
It is. You know me, I'm big on quantum mechanics, so I really believe that they are there just for you to experience. I really do believe this. Because the more you appreciate the sunset, the more beautiful it becomes. It's like it reacts to you. It really does. It's like, wow, that is beautiful. And it gets more beautiful. Only happens with sunrises and sunsets, I notice. Oh, and the sky, and the night sky. Very interesting.
For sure. Hopefully we can get some words out of Antonio. Have you finished with your Vindaloo?
Vindaloo. British food, Indian. Curry was invented in Britain, remember?
I think that might have been a no from Antonio.
No, he's actually eating.
Oh, fair enough.
I am here. I was just passing Jaren and Misa.
I see.
Am I presenting? Am I sharing?
Am I presenting? Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. So the Equinox is not exactly 12 hours of day, 12 hours of night, which the word would tell you it is. But it isn't, not at least according to timeanddate.com, which is obviously the most reliable source of misinformation. So, yeah, to some people, the equinox is on the 22nd. To other people, the equinox is on the 23rd. But according to data, it isn't actually what they say on the globe, which is, you know, half day, half night. So maybe it's because we're not on a globe. We're on a flat plane.
Don't say.
So, did you want to go into your little conversation that you were having with Flat Earth Math before this show started, Antonio, in terms of the globes and the models themselves?
Was that about the duck neck that I heard somebody standing on?
Oh, you're keen to tell this joke. Go
no,
on,
I'm not. I'm not.
You have to tell it now.
No, I don't.
You can't do a teaser for a joke.
No.
And everyone will.
No, you have to, Ant. You can't leave us hanging there. No, not knowing. Can't do that to people.
No, you have to ask David Wise.
I will.
I think David's blocked it out.
So, well, I think Flat Earth Math is going to jump on later and share his sun and his Inclinometer, a way of judging the elevation of the sun for those who are doing solar noon. We were having a lovely chat on comments back and forth about how there are no accurate globes, Earth globes, physical globes that you can play with, used to measure things, and it's because the world is not a globe. And he acknowledges that there is no single, that there isn't and never will be an accurate globe depiction of the globe Earth. Now, how he can entertain the notion that there is and there is not and never will be an accurate globe depiction of a globe Earth, how he can entertain this thought and not go, hey, hold on a second, that doesn't make sense. But, you know, each to their own. And now,
yeah, there was a lot of weasel words in that email. I heard you read it out to me, but yeah, let's get on with plugging the show. So I'm going to ask exactly what we need. So we need people who are tuned in at the time of their pre-dawn, sunrise or sunset to share with us their sun. Fairly straightforward. Throughout the evening, after this session, we will be joined by Robin Poe, who will host the next session on this Hangout. And then after that, we'll have Bob Nodal, who will run it hopefully with Cami. It might be him, it might be both of them, we shall see. And then the rounding out this particular session will be Jaron Campanella. And then we'll move on to the next session, which will start off with Martin. I might actually launch the Hangout, but Martin will actually run that show. And then that will be followed by Antonio. And then I think it's rounded out by Robert. And then the last show will be with Cami and again Bob. They're doing 2 little stints, and then I'll round out the event in 24 hours time. So tune into all of them on this particular channel. It doesn't really matter who's actually hosting the show. They'll all be held here. In the meantime, all we need is some people sharing their suns. It may be a bit more sparse on the ground this time because we've been a little bit more particular about what we want, but hopefully it'll still have some massive, brilliant. Oh, here we go. I've been joined by somebody already. Let's see how we're going. Can anybody read that title? They've gone on mute straight away. Show in broadcast. Do you think it's worth me bringing up the little boxes along the bottom now, guys?
Yeah, probably.
Pair of dice you got there. Pair of dice, it says.
Pair of dice. How you doing, friend? Are you sharing with us your pre-dawn, sunrise, sunset, or solar noon?
I'm in Australia, in New South Wales, so it's about 8:11 a.m.
Oh, cool. Is the sun already up?
Yep, sun's up.
Cool.
Would you like
When
to
did
do
it come up?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't be exact. Like around 6 o'clock.
So will you be joining us for solar noon?
Yeah, definitely. I just popped in. I wasn't sure. I just received a hangout invite.
Cool. Have you made yourself what's it called? Thing for measuring. I've forgotten the word.
Stick.
Yes. No. A Inclinometer to see the elevation, the altitude to the sun.
No.
No,
I haven't.
It's pretty easy to make. You know, you've got a few hours. Make yourself a right angle, any right angle. Set that right angle on the ground. See where the shadow falls. Place your protractor on the right angle, and you'll be able to tell where the elevation to the sun.
Cool.
Yeah. Also, Flat Earth Math is going to jump on at some point and show us his Inclinometer. But yeah, in fact, what I can do in the meantime is I can look for a video and maybe share it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I've said this a few times. I don't want anyone to be put off by that, though. If you figured out when your solar noon is great, just share it with us. Same with sunrise, sunset. If you have no further information, so long as we can just get a sunrise or sunset out of people, I'll be elated. You know, the other additions was the moon as well. Hopefully people who tune in pre-dawn may have a moon in their sky. If so, we'll get that on this footage as well. Wonderful stuff.
Cool. Maybe we can get to the bottom of this and find out. I believe the Earth is cellular concave. Is that all right?
You can believe whatever you like on this particular event, as long as you share your sunrise or sunset. We don't care what you believe.
Cool.
Or solar
Awesome.
noon. Or solar noon.
understand what a
Oh,
clinometer.
sorry. So I'm just checking a video, guys, to see whether they're going to show how to make a clinometer. Clinometer.
Yeah, I was saying before we started, it's weird not being able to share our own suns at the start of this broadcast. So the last time it was the height of summer here and we had the longest days. And literally when we started the broadcast, I at least had a sun to share, whereas it feels really odd. You know, we've got literally nothing to share at the beginning of the broadcast. It's like, okay, twiddle our thumbs for a bit, have a little bit of a chat, talk about when the sun might come up for us. That's about it for us, till someone actually shares their sunrise or sunset or solar noon from their location, which as yet, hopefully we'll get somebody joining us.
It will happen, Nathan. I mean, this is going to go on for 24 hours. I tell you what I think is interesting, that the equinox isn't happening at the same time everywhere. It's on the 22nd to us, but on the 23rd to, which makes no sense, to people further west. That's
Yeah, the other
bizarre.
thing we were talking about was the total confusion. So one of the times, I might bring up Bob's message actually for which time it was that was wrong. But on my chart, you know, it was cross-referenced. I checked it, my wife checked it, then it got published. And then someone else has cross-referenced and said, it's right, other than your lack of accounting for daylight savings time in this particular area. So that puts that particular area 1 hour ahead. And our daylight savings and other people's daylight savings doesn't match. None of it tallies. There's 27 time zones on the map. You know, it's just all arse about face. There's no logic to any of it. It's all designed for deception, in my opinion. And the fact that we get it wrong, it makes me feel slightly incompetent. But by the same token, you think, well, it's not exactly simple. It's not exactly easy to figure out exactly what time things are and where things are. You know, literally, it's not easy to figure that out.
Yeah. By the way, you're going to have to excuse me, people. I've got a dreadful cold. I hope everybody's gone and watched my amazing clickbait video. It's not very long. Go and watch it. It's amazing. It's not really. It's just me showing an example of what certain YouTubers, they're not even flat earthers, do with videos. And it's just it's a dirty trick that people do. So I thought I'd show an example of a dirty trick. And now nobody's going to go and watch it, so I shouldn't have said that.
Well, actually, let's keep on track and subject matter. So behind you, Antonio, whereabouts is the sun right about now?
1 second, sorry. Where is the sun? We're here. The sun has set, so the sun will be now about, I'd say about here.
This is why this is the most dull bit of the show then. So started off where the sun is over nowhere.
Yes, it's right there. About
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Awesome place to start.
Hey.
It's a good job. It's a good job it's not me. No wonder it's just me endlessly plugging the show for 2 hours last time once my sun has gone down.
Yeah, but this is why I said that we could just tell jokes and, you know, funny stories. I know Martin's got loads. But the dead air is dreadful, Nathan. You should at least fill it up with, you know, the girl from Ipanema.
Da, 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 da. No, so what we're doing is tracking the sun on a flat earth. I might as well plug it over and over for people who watch the beginning part of the show. And say,
let's remember, by the way, everybody, remember that apart from the other time we did this, nobody ever has done this. Nobody has done a continuous tracking of the sun for 24 hours, publicly, release the data, the information publicly. Nobody, no university, no government agency, no NASA, no ESA, no one. It's taken a group of half-wit, I won't swear, flat earthers to do that. Hello, Patricia Steer.
Hello there. It's an amazing event because in our lifetime, we're doing something. Now, what this data is going to show remains to be seen. During the last one, we have a pretty good idea that the world isn't what we've been presented with. And this time, with more information that's actually going to be tabulated than last time, we'll even get a better idea of what our world potentially could look like. And just being able to participate in it is exciting, as opposed to being... Are you okay?
Yes.
As opposed to being the type of people who sit back and watch other people do things.
Or the type of
We
people
can do it ourselves.
who, knowing that a 24-hour hangout has happened, later go and say, hey, where's the data? It's like, it's the freaking 24-hour hangout. Go and watch it. But now we're actually going to be jotting it down and selling the info.
Oh, no, don't.
No, we're not. No, we're not. And anybody can do it. So I'm hoping we've gone to the effort, well, my wife has, along with Antonio, of actually formulating that little sheet. It's fairly straightforward thing to do. Little tick boxes for what time, local time for whoever's running the hangout, if it's you that's running the hangout and you want to use that form, or if you're just a spectator, if you want to watch and actually track and figure out what time things are happening as they happen. You know, there's going to be a time signature throughout the whole video, which is the whole point of doing it live in the first place, so that we don't have to track it, we don't have to write it down, but, you know, by popular demand, you know, we've got these sheets. I'll go and grab mine, although we've got nothing to actually write down at the moment. But, you know, I've got my sheet ready to write stuff down as and when people join, much to my, you know, I didn't really want to do it. This was my bit, but I'll do it anyway, because I've been so heavily criticised by the people in the comments who we must abide by.
Nathan.
Hello, Laurie Gale. To present you to broadcast. I'm sure you're not a troll. How you doing, Laurie?
Alrighty, what's going on?
Not too
What up,
bad.
what up?
Thanks, love.
I saw an
got my
invite.
link.
Yes, I did.
Thanks, love.
What's going on?
Are you going to share your sunset later on?
Is that what this was for? The sunset?
Yeah, well, you thought it was just a hangout. I did put, can you share your son on it, please? Didn't I?
Oh, my son's
But don't
probably
worry,
already
it's lovely to
down.
see you.
My son's already down.
Really?
I didn't know what it was.
Pretty light there. Can you point your camera roughly in the direction of where the sun was?
Oh, it's on the other side of the house. I'd have to walk around with it.
The things you got to do for the flat Earth.
Oh,
Piecey
I think
piece.
the sun
No,
might
really.
be down.
Well, it'd be good if you did, because you would literally be the first person to share their sun on this hangout. That's pretty cool.
Seriously? Let's see.
Yeah,
I'm
like
outside.
only making history. Come on, Laurie.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, big time.
See if we
So
can find it.
as Laurie does that, I'll say the sort of order that we're hoping is, first and foremost, we want to see roughly where the sun's going down. And as you can see from Laurie, I'll put the camera on her. It's still daylight there. You know, it's still very much, it's not nighttime. Awesome. So whereabouts are you, Laurie?
Well, it's northern New York State, USA.
I was you guys.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Oh. So is anybody putting their sunsets up?
You're the first.
Oh well, there it goes. It's gone. It's a little too late.
No, this is
Sorry.
perfect. You're about to go inside, but actually you're in the perfect position. So what we're hoping, obviously it's still light there, despite the fact that the sun has gone beyond your view. So
Yeah.
pretty though you are, we're hoping that our guests will share their sun disappearing, their sun setting, which is exactly what's happening for you right now. So yeah,
Yep.
Ideally, you'd point it directly at the sun, pretty though you are to look at.
Well, if I knew what it was, I would have gone out front and done it a little earlier. But
No, you don't seem to be listening, Laurie. Your timing is impeccable. Your timing is perfect. Your sun
that?
is now setting. It may have gone
Oh,
from
okay.
your view, but it's light there. But at the moment, all we can see is your dark background. So
Right.
ideally, what we'd have you do, not ideally, what we want you to do is point it in the general direction of the sun as it gets dark. Because what may
okay.
happen is, obviously the sun is having an influence where you are, it's still light. Hopefully,
Right.
while that's happening, someone else will tune in with their sun going up, and
Oh,
we'll
I
find
see.
out that the globe doesn't work, which is what happened over and over again in the last instance, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
can you do that for us? Can you, as you were, so you did point it in the general direction. Can you do that for us?
It would be that way.
Yeah,
It would
yeah.
be that
Just
way.
in other words, keep it pointed in the general direction, just so we can see the light fading. That's
Okay.
perfect. So we can see all the way through your house in the general direction.
You bet. How's that?
Perfect. Perfect. So that's where the sun was, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm going to put all the cameras on so we can see all the people in the hangout at the same time.
I'm drinking beer.
So we were watching your video earlier.
Okay, what'd you think about that?
Well, I don't know. If I'm ruthlessly honest, it seems like you had a bit of a persecution complex because you felt that we'd set up a hangout at the same time you'd had a hangout. And frankly, we hadn't given it a second thought. Now, that might sound like how heartless, but literally, we didn't give it any thought at all. Often, I'll put a show up against Globebusters, and I'm sure they're not in the slightest bit concerned that I'm stealing their viewers.
Oh, I didn't think it was stealing viewers. I just thought it was odd because it was the first time ever that I had done any kind of hangout or show like that. And
why would
I
it
had
be
put the
odd?
little. What's that?
Why would it be odd?
Because I thought we tried not to schedule things at the same time. So it's like
This is what Nathan is saying. Nobody really thinks, oh, we better not schedule something. At least not us. So
well, I would try not to because we moved ours back because Patricia had hers on when we found out that she had it on, because I wouldn't want to do that to somebody that was having a show. I would be considerate and not put it on at the same time.
yeah,
So it kind of struck me odd.
But you came and you left a comment on one of my things saying that you thought it was weird that I'd done this. I didn't know you were on Crows, and to be completely honest with you, I couldn't care less about Crow. I didn't know that you were on, but I couldn't care less about Crow because when he had Orphan Red there, I went in to offer the truth and was blocked. So if that's not censorship, which is what you're kind of implying people are doing on you, that is censorship. You're not allowed to express an opinion here, and you will not be allowed to voice anything, whether it's to correct a misconception or to do anything. That's what happened with Crow and me, and I don't think that's a very good way of going about things, especially when the person who's talking is lying, and there are so many people who know for sure that she's lying. That's wrong.
Well, you know how I feel about her anyway.
Yeah.
I think everybody knows how I feel about her.
Hey guys,
But
can I share something interesting? Just something that's just cropped up now as we're doing this. Okay, I'm chatting with Jaren. Okay, how many of us here think that the equinox is one night? I do.
No, it says here it's 24th in Paris.
Aha. Okay, so the equinox, according to the globe, is supposed to be one night. Okay. Well, it isn't. In the UK, it's the 22nd. In the Western United States, it's the 24th. What is this?
Yeah.
If it's a globe and it's supposed to be when the globe has a certain orientation in respect to the sun, then it should be one night, correct? Well, it isn't. It's like 3 or 4 different nights. It's for us tomorrow, but 2 days later for Jaren. What is this?
Yeah, I've been watching that chat roll of Skype going, what?
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about time and date inaccuracies and time zone inaccuracies. It just gets worse and worse the further you dig.
So I've got time and date here. I think it would be interesting to screen share this because usually it will only show you your location, you know. I mean, you can change various different factors, but some factors you can't change. It will use your IP's location. So unless you change your computer settings to tell you you're in Botswana or something. So if I can screen share, Nathan, then I'll show what time and date says for. Oh, somebody else has joined. Don't know if they're going to share a sun.
Yes, I'm trying.
Cool.
Super.
Yeah.
So if you can hold fire just for a second, Antonio, I'll just
Yeah.
present Alison. How you doing, Alison? Can you tell us your location?
Yeah, I'm in Plymouth, Massachusetts.
Are you
Hello.
scribbling these down, Antonio?
Yes.
Plymouth,
Hi.
Massachusetts.
Hello.
Hi, it's very chemtraily here today.
Yes, it is in New York too.
Yeah, David Weiss was reporting and saying it was really, really, really bad, and it was making him angry.
What's the time there in Massachusetts?
It's about 6:30.
6:30.
Yeah, 6:30 p.m.
And what's and this is sunrise or sunset?
Sunset.
Sunset. Do you know what azimuth it is? What the direction it's on the compass?
I do not.
Okay. And what's your name?
My name's Allison. You guys are great. I watch all your shows. You guys are wonderful. Patricia, you're the best.
Thank you, Allison, for saying that and for doing this.
Yeah,
So-
beautiful sunset.
Yes.
So 11:30.
Not the best though. That's been stolen by Laurie.
Set.
There's no shame in second.
Cool. 6:30.
All right, you're the first one we've got down on the list. Well, we have Lori's too, so.
Well,
If
cool.
it's okay with you, Alison, I'm gonna leave the camera on you just because you've got such a beautiful setting there.
Oh yeah, the sun will be going down in just a couple minutes. So
And Ace McLeod has joined us. I'll present him so we can at least see him at the bottom.
Oh no, you can't. He's a shill.
Yeah, I wouldn't,
Ace
but
McShill.
whenever you're ready. I just wanted to show you all my moon.
Your
Oh, you got the
moon.
moon up.
Yeah, you ready?
Oh, come on.
Just kidding. I was actually gonna moon you, but no, I'm just kidding.
No.
Just
Always
popping in
moon
and say,
you.
hey, I'll be showing my sunset. A negative thing, I don't think.
What's
But
that?
yeah, it's like let's see, it's 4:30 now, so about 4 hours, man.
Right. Cool. But did you hear what we were just saying, Ace?
I don't well, a little bit before just.
That the equinox isn't.
Oh yeah, multiple day, yeah. Oh, sorry, I got to. It's multiple days for the equinox, but also I just saw a great video today about eclipses. Have you seen it?
No. What's it called?
You would know what I'm talking about. It's as good as any my perspective video, and it's you know that channel OD
Yes.
Yeah, go check it out. It's about eclipses, and he uses NASA's own data, and they show the path of the eclipse going like this, like a sine wave, and he connects them all, and it just looks so stupid on a globe. It's like going up the United States and down to Florida. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you put it on a Gleason's map, it's a fucking circle,
There
freaking
you go.
circle.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, I never thought about that before. You know?
Yeah. It's the same with the sunlight on the timeanddate.com. Somebody, after
Right.
we did this last time, somebody took the timeanddate.com day and night map and put it on a circle, and it's
Mhm.
perfect. I mean, it's awesome.
Right. I thought this was great because it's actually using NASA's own data, and it even shows how they say a lunar eclipse works, because the moon kind of makes an X pattern as it rotates, and you only get the eclipse when it's right in line, you know, on the equator basically, or whatever. And that should produce a circle around the globe. But no, it shows a sine wave pattern, and they're clever not to show the full path ever in one shot, but they show enough so you see it go up and then down and start to go back up again, then it stops.
Yeah.
And you connect all the eclipse data together, and it makes a freaking wonky wave. Good stuff, man. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for that. Well, I'll be watching that.
Yeah, he only had like 100 and something views. He didn't have a lot of subscribers, but his content's always really good.
Can you spell out the name, Ace, just so it dedicates it to this hangout?
No, but if you give me a second, I will. Hold on.
I'll find it now.
I think it's ODIPICKEDU.
Audio or Audio.
Just once more.
It's one of those things that you see it and you read it in your mind, which is hard to remember to spell it out.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. It's ODIUPICKU.
Yes, I had it.
So ODU pick you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's ever meant to be pronounced or not.
Well done. Thank you.
Cool.
Cool.
Yeah. Flattered zigzag sun eclipse pattern.
Ah.
Yeah, it's a. This is a video I would show to even a person I wouldn't normally even mention flat Earth to. Like, man, I saw this awesome video. Freaking check it out. I don't know what to think. Something like that. Yeah. Because there's not a lot of speculation or anything. It's just, here's the freaking data. Here's what happens. Here's what it looks like this way and that way. Boom. I can't imagine a troll could ever even have a halfway decent objection to this video. I'm waiting for a troll to comment just to read how idiotic it must sound for whatever they're trying to say to defend the globe.
Yeah. Oh, what's David Weiss doing?
David Weiss is messaging us on Skype right now a picture of a sunset that doesn't look too chemtraily. He said it was really chemtraily. Isn't he going to call in and share it, or is he just going to?
Why is he calling in and sharing it?
I know. I'm thinking the same thing.
He's still in the car.
Yes, it is, and it's all bollocks. How are you?
This chap is not presented as yet. Hello, how you doing? We'll just get you presented to the rest of the broadcast, my friend.
All right, my sun's set, so I'm out of here. Bye, guys.
Bye, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Peace out.
God bless, love.
Are you presenting him, Nathan?
No.
Showing broadcast. I'm showing him broadcast. There you go. So CKA Mark.
Just Mark's fine, mate.
How you doing?
Good.
Where are you?
Look, the sun. There's the sun.
Okay, but is that solar noon?
No, it's I've just blinded myself by looking up there. 20. It's 20 to 11 in the morning.
Right.
On the 22nd.
So are you going
New
to?
Zealand.
Are you going to catch the solar noon?
I don't know about the midday. Well, in an hour's time, I suppose I could. I mean, I was up on the roof this morning and I filmed the sunrise. It was definitely directly due east.
Right. Okay.
I was up there with the compasses and yeah.
Huh. So.
But I'll also go out to the west coast this afternoon or this evening and film the sunset as well. Make sure that's directly due west.
Yeah.
Can you tune in with it? Do you think? As opposed to filming it, can you actually just click on the link and show us live with your phone? Because that's kind of the purpose of this hangout.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's what I did this morning. I did it on, I think it was Free Chan.
Oh, cool.
On their channel. Yeah, so they were all watching it this morning. So, but I've got the video footage as well. I've just got to edit it all up, and away she goes. But
Cool.
yeah. Down at the beach, I might not be able to because I might not have internet connection down there.
Okay.
I'll certainly film it. But I can film the moon or the midday sun for you. That's not a problem. I'll just wait for I'll go and get my big compass. You'll like this.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. I got company at my house, so I'll be back a little later, guys.
Catch you later for the sunset.
Have fun.
Bye.
All right.
See you later, man.
Bye.
Peace out.
Have you managed to get hold of David Weiss to share his setting?
Yes, he's going to join now in a minute, Nathan, when it gets closer to the actual sunset.
Don't mind me. I'm just getting a compass.
So, Mark, did you say you're in New Zealand?
Yep.
And did you say the local time's 11:40 a.m.?
Yeah, we're having daylight savings in a couple of days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we were
what is
discussing
this? This is something
daylight savings nonsense before the show. It gets crazy with all the different daylight savings times.
Yeah, this is what we
And,
were talking.
and yeah, over in England, you guys do your daylight savings in a couple of weeks' time. There's a time gap there where there's 13 hours.
Yeah,
Because
so
I always found that when doing hangouts, there was like I'm always, I think, my guess is that you are what, 9 o'clock Wednesday evening at the moment if you're in England,
no, we
or
are
9:40.
no
9:40.
11:40.
Okay, the other way around. Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I back, there's going to be 12 hours.
Yeah,
Because at the moment there's an 11-hour gap. Then there'll be a 12-hour gap for a couple of weeks odd, and then then there'll be a 13-hour gap.
yeah. It's Nathan and I were talking about this, and Martin, before we went live. What the hell is this? Why does the time change?
Why doesn't it happen all at once?
Day? Why does it not happen on the same day? What's the reason for this? I mean, we know. Well, I suspect the reason is just to F with us. But there's no real reason, because it's not like on this day the sun actually rises a little bit sooner than before, whereas all the other days it didn't. No, it's just a completely arbitrary thing. And I think, especially where you are in New Zealand, I'm convinced that
It
this
screws
area,
up the dairy farmers.
well,
It screws up all the dairy farmers with their milking times as well.
yeah, but that's what they say. But that's, I don't want to swear. I don't believe a word of that, because cows, no. I don't believe a word of that at all. But especially where you are in New Zealand, if you go on timeanddate.com, you get that jigsaw time zone thing next to between New Zealand and the US. And I think that's where they've adjusted for areas that they've corrected, the chunks of ocean they've cut out. Oh, that's pretty cool.
So I can line up my compass and then make a big one. That's what I did this morning. I had it pointing due north, and then I just put my needle east and then lined up my camera that way, so I was filming due east.
Cool.
Do you know how to figure out when your solar noon is?
Well, I tell you what, it's almost at due north now, to be honest with you. It's probably 10 degrees from hitting due north. But I'm not going to blind myself, because I'm a clever person. I use a welding mask so I can actually see the damn thing.
Yeah, but you don't actually have to look at it. For solar noon, you don't have to look at it. All you have to do is look at its shadow.
Is that working for you? Can you see through that?
No, not really. I mean, we can see through it, but...
So the sun's at about, I don't know, 60 degrees, 65 degrees up in the sky, about 2/3 up.
Do you know how to make yourself a clinometer or clinometer?
No, but that's next. I want to get the altitude so I can get my azimuthal sorted out as well as the direction.
What I'm going to do here, Nathan, I've got a video set up showing how to make one. It's 2 minutes long, and I doubt that the people will copyright us because it's educational purposes anyway. And
sure.
What do you think, Nathan?
I'm willing to risk it.
Hey?
Let's risk it. Let's just play it.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to screen share.
Mark, if you can mute in the meantime. Oh, before you do that, I think David Rice has just joined us, so I'll just present him first because he's probably got a sunrise. There we go, sunset. Sorry.
Sunset.
That would be a sunset. Yes.
Oh wow, David.
So, David, can you hold on, you guys? Can you tell us your location and local time, please?
I'm in Arizona.
Come on.
Stop it.
I'm in Connecticut, in Greenwich, Connecticut. It's the sun is setting almost dead west from where we are. I sent you a picture showing you the compass.
6:43 p.m.
6:43.
Yep, and all of those clouds are chemtrails. Not one of them is a natural cloud.
Still beautiful.
Shut up, Patricia.
It is.
You know, I pour gasoline in the water when I'm in the harbor going, look how beautiful the colorful rainbows. I love them.
And what's your name?
My name is David. That's it. Just David.
You want to remain anonymous.
And how the hell do you spell
I don't
Connecticut?
want anyone knowing who I am.
And you're in Connecticut?
I am in Connecticut, yes.
USA.
And if you look over here, can you guys see the New York skyline there, or is it too small?
No, it's beyond the curve, man.
Yeah, well, it should be, but I can
That's a
see it.
beautiful sunset. That's a really nice sunset, even if it's on chemtrails.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you watched the sunset or didn't want to get in the way. Friends of ours in England, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So.
And did you say it's Connecticut?
CT, that's all you need. Capital C, capital T.
Capital C, capital. I don't know what that means.
These Brits don't know the world.
It's Connecticut. That's what it is. Connecticut.
Connect,
Help him out,
I
Patricia.
cut.
Yeah. That's a beautiful sunset. Hey, Paige.
Hi, Paige.
Look, that's a beautiful sunset.
It is.
Yes. Oh,
wow.
Oh, you look so pretty in the
red.
In the red, yeah.
Yeah, can you keep it on the sun, please?
Hey,
No, wait, I want to see pictures.
hey, why don't you
Wait.
that child you have some flat Earth videos there, Nathan?
Say that again, David. I didn't quite catch that.
I said, why don't you exploit that new baby of yours, making some more videos with her?
Good tip. Will do.
Hey, we're actually going to see the sun literally go down in, I think, about 4 minutes.
Going away. It's going away, Antonio. It's
Yes.
Down.
Yes.
Contrary to "Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me" by Elton John. It's "Don't Let the Sun Go Away from Me."
Yes.
Here, pull up your compass again.
So, what direction is it? Almost entirely due west.
It is dead west.
Really?
Well, it's the first day
show
of
you.
fall, so it's the fall solstice.
Look. Can you see that?
Nope.
Come on. Can't see that?
We can see it.
I got it.
Yeah. Don't hold it in front of the sun.
I was trying.
That must be Paige's phone. Because
We've got it. We've got it, yeah.
West. Yeah. We can
It's
see that.
Or
brilliant.
maybe David, I don't know.
That's brilliant. That's really good.
You're right.
Although, of course, holding a compass up isn't the wisest thing to do.
It's the wisest thing to do.
You have to hold it flat.
Actually,
Boom.
I know. Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
Hey, David, do you want to tell that amazing joke about the duck neck?
I do not. It's the worst.
Okay.
But he's a sick man.
Connecticut, USA.
It's
okay,
Connecticut.
we have two.
Connect. There's no connect.
So
It's connect. Connect. I can't say it.
there is Connect.
It's Connecticut.
How's it spelled?
It's not. It's not
How is
spelled
it spelled?
and pronounced the same way.
Write it there.
My glasses on.
There. The glasses are right there.
It's
Yeah, just write it.
Connecticut.
Yeah. Just write it.
Oh, I'm gonna spell it wrong.
I thought you said the sun was over the ocean at the moment, Antonio.
This is just an inlet here, and I'm facing California, so this is heading towards Jaron.
Connect.
It's not pronounced like that though.
Whatever.
It's Connecticut.
Yeah, so if this is over the ocean over here, Nathan,
it's
so that's how far they're seeing.
I'm on Connecticut, facing 272 degrees, or
perspective?
yeah.
West.
Look.
West. So that. Huh. Huh. Hey, wait a second.
Hey, is that Paige in the distance?
It is.
That's really cool.
Do the Karate Kid thing.
He wants you to do the Karate Kid thing. One leg, the pelican. I don't know.
Yeah, the
Crane.
pelican kick.
Crane.
The crane.
Okay.
Crane technique.
By the way, the sun is officially too far away to cast its reflection in the water right now.
Paige is 13 years old, really, I swear.
Yeah.
In a good way.
It's just moving away.
So it's on the Tropic of Cancer. It's about here. Yeah. Huh.
It's coming up to north to me in New Zealand. So if I'm looking directly north, it's about 60 degrees.
See?
Yeah, you've got 10 more minutes until your solar noon.
Oh, wait a second. So north.
My 11 o'clock and daylight savings would be 12. So yeah, you did right. So next week, this would be my 12 o'clock, which is midday. So you're exactly right. Solar noon would be in 10 minutes. And it's I'm just going to turn on the phone and get the compass going again, and I'll make sure I get my board lined up so I can make sure it's pointing directly north.
That is so cool.
Should be there.
Yes.
And there's the longitude and latitude if you guys need it.
Oh yeah.
Yep, got that. Brilliant. Thank you.
Cool. So can I share? Yes, please. Can I share, Nathan? What was I going to share? How to make a clinometer?
Nah, not when we've got a beautiful
Yes,
sunset.
please.
Well, no, I mean.
Oh yeah, wait till the sunset's gone.
Yeah, wait till David Weiss is no longer useful.
Soon, my friends.
That is a really stunning sunset, I have to say.
Thanks to geoengineers.
It is beautiful.
And yeah, we do
just gone underneath that cloud line, hasn't
our
it?
secret Skype call.
Gone past the cloud.
Sunsets.
So what time is it in New Zealand right now?
It is 10 to 11, but in a few days it'll be 10 to 12 because daylight savings is about to kick in.
10 to 11.
In the morning,
So
on the 22nd.
What time was it there, David?
Right now it is 6:50. What does that say? 6:51 p.m.
Huh. Brilliant.
The sun looks like it's getting wider in this picture.
You know what happens is this light will linger for another hour. Exactly what you would expect on a ball.
Exactly not what you'd expect on a ball.
Yeah, just so in case that didn't get through, David did say not. So we should have a Terminator line, but we get nothing like Terminator lines. We get all sorts of crazy effects with the sun lingering, as David puts it, for ages.
Yeah, because if we were on a ball, the whole of the horizon would be lit up to approximately the same degree once the level of luminosity once the sun was out of sight, because there'd be no difference between the diffusion where the sun was and the diffusion in the surrounding area on the horizon. But that's not what we have.
Does Grace?
6 months. Can you? I'm just gonna spin to the left here. Can you see how New York is being lit up by the sun at this point? Can you make it big and zoom in on your computer?
No.
No.
You're
The
being
sides of the
presented
buildings.
the whole time, though, David. You are big.
The sides of the Freedom Tower are literally lit up by the orange sun right now.
Oh, I think I can see it. No, I can't. So, David, will you look at the direction, the azimuth to the sun now? Because I think it should be moving north compared to when it was setting.
You want me to? So now I'm looking at it, and it is 271, 2, 3, 4 degrees.
So
it actually is moving. Here, I don't know if you can see it. Can you see that?
No. Yeah. So it is. It's moving north.
I'm pointing directly at the sun.
Yeah. So it's moving north. Whereas before it was directly due west, and now it's moving towards the north.
This light will stay there for another hour. I mean, it'll dim out, but that's section of the sky, depending on the amount of stuff they put up there, it will literally be lit, still lit up in an hour, a solid hour from now.
So that should be northwest, west northwest by the time it stops lighting up the sky over there.
I was trying to explain this to Laurie, that she was in the ideal position to sit on the hangout and stay with us while her light faded, but she was like, oh, my sun's gone. And I couldn't just quite get it across to her that I wanted to stay. I mean, I don't know if David will stay once the disk of the sun, or what we can see through the chemtrails, has gone. But ideally, we want to see that light lingering. You know, I know many people like David are going to tune in on their phones, and that's just not possible. But for someone like Laurie, she sat there with a laptop. She's got a power supply. All she had to do was sit there for another hour. It would have been ideal, and we'd have seen her light fading. But she vanished, unfortunately.
We're gonna get thrown out of here shortly.
Can you stay as long as you can, if you know what I mean?
I'll stay for probably another 5 minutes.
Brilliant, thank you. It's very tranquil. Doesn't need any speech.
Okay, we're at high moon, to be quite at high noon. It is 11 o'clock.
Go ahead. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Nathan?
So that is directly due north.
You want to take a little walk? Just walk out to the point back?
Can you point your camera at the sun, Mark?
Go for it. Say that again?
I was just talking to Mark. I'm just presenting him temporarily, just so he can point his camera at the sun.
Yeah. Can you see the actual sun through the clouds, a little ring, little circle?
Kind of.
Yeah, kind of. That's good enough.
Yeah,
just as
just-
David's is
it's
better.
just
It's nice that
that,
we've got your noon or thereabouts.
What time is it now where you are, Mark?
It's 11 o'clock in the morning, so it's lunar midday. Just wait for these clouds to piss off and we'll be able to see it a bit better.
And where are you?
Auckland, New Zealand.
Ah, Auckland.
Yeah, Waimaku's just a suburb. It's very close to Muriwai Beach on the west coast. You can just see it now, just up there.
But you can't. Have you got any kind of stick that you could stick into the ground right now?
Oh yeah, I do.
If you can make it as vertical as you
I
can.
know what you're saying. The only there isn't enough sun at the moment to cast a shadow.
Yeah.
I'll just try and put it up so it's straight. Is that what you're wanting?
Yeah, no, I mean, if you can put something vertical, sticking in the ground, so it's sticking up into the sky. Oh, yeah. Okay, so can you see a shadow from it?
No, because it's too overcast, mate. It's not
Yeah.
casting a shadow at the moment.
Yeah, it's a shame.
But
Oh, well.
I'm just waiting for a break in the clouds. It's popping in and out there, but it's still quite heavy.
Yeah, we can see it's pretty overcast. Hey, Nathan, we have somebody new, Mr. Mensa. He's sat there patiently. He's muted right now. Hello, sir. Nathan, do you want to... Are you doing something, Nathan? Okay, so Mr. Mensa, you're muted. If you want to unmute yourself. There you are.
Hi.
Hello there.
Hi.
Very well. How are you?
Very well, thanks. Very well. At last I managed to join a live chat. I think I was in one with Hank in America, getting loads of abuse from the globe earthers, and Hank disappeared.
It happens.
So I think I had 7 people, one of them shouting, "Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence?" Etc. I'd only just joined my first Hangout, I think that was, and you know, I'm not that au fait with using YouTube, etc. So I was saying, how can I have evidence for any of 1,000 possible questions you're going to answer at my fingertips? You know, I did stay there several hours, and I thought I'd put in a good case for the flat Earth.
Good man. No matter what evidence you showed them, I was in a hangout. We showed with Matrix Decode, and we showed evidence that eventually they asked us, would we stop showing it?
You're joking?
No. They said, can you stop showing the boat, please?
Well, that's intelligent debate, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was footage that Red Rhetoric had used to try to say that the boats go over the curve.
Yes. I've seen many of them. And all you need is binoculars or a telescope.
Yeah, well, Jaren from the Jarenism channel had taken the same footage and just not edited it, played the whole thing. And you could see a portion of sky and then the boat mid-air, you know. Because, yeah, and birds dipping into the water between the boat and what you could see of the ocean. So eventually, yeah, they just eventually they asked.
It was the birds that killed it for me. As soon as I saw those birds, my jaw was on the floor. It was like absolute killer. Brilliant.
Absolutely. So
how far away was the boat?
We're talking 5 miles, something like this. You know, the boat was. It looked like.
Do you want to present my sunset while you guys are talking?
Yeah,
I am. You've been presented the whole time. I just occasionally click over to Mark because he's showing his sun like now. But I've kept it on you pretty much the whole time, David.
All right, good. I just wanted to make sure it was worth holding my arm up like this.
That's stunning, David. David, you're a true warrior with that shoulder ache.
It's not that bad.
That's a stunning sunset. Yeah,
it's actually getting brighter the way that all the chemtrails are getting lit up. It's actually brighter than it was before.
We have a new guest. Grunk, is it?
Yeah.
Can you tell us where you're calling in from and what time it is?
I'm in Lebanon, Pennsylvania, United States. And it's 7:03.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Superb. Beautiful sunset.
I got here a little later than I wasn't really paying attention. I just hopped on and thought, oh, what the hell?
Do you know what direction it is? West, northwest?
I don't.
Okay. Well, we know it'll be generally west anyway. But and what's your name?
TJ.
TJ. This is just for later. If we're talking about different sunsets or sunrises, we can say, you know, the guy from Pennsylvania. We might have 3 or 4 different people. Somebody might join about the sunrise or whatever. It's just so we can discuss things easier. Say, no, TJ from Pennsylvania, and then everybody will know.
Yep.
That's it. So it's now 12:03 here in the UK. Wow, that sunset that TJ, I don't know if you can see David Weiss's sunset next to yours.
Are
you?
Wow.
Yes.
They look really good all lined up.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Mensa.
Yes.
Are you going to share your sunset or sunrise or solar noon?
I'm in Southport, so it's pitch black here.
Yeah, so it's going to be sunrise or solar noon at some point, maybe.
Yes, maybe. Yes, I'll have to video it, I think.
No. It has to be live, because this way we can cross-reference. If it's videoed, you know, somebody could have videoed it halfway through last week.
Sure. I haven't got a camera attached apart from the webcam, but I can take my laptop out and do that.
Yeah, if you can, then that'd be cool.
What now?
No. When it's sunrise or solar noon or sunset tomorrow evening.
Right. Is this because it's the equinox?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Which, surprisingly, happens over a period of 4 days. So it's the equinox here tomorrow night. Well, no, actually, tonight around 5:30 in the morning. But in the US, it's on the 24th.
Right, okay, yeah.
Wow.
It shifts around the world for no good reason, because if we were on a globe, then it would be at the one point in the whole yearly cycle.
Yeah.
But it isn't.
I mean, the thing that gets me is the axes of the North Pole points to Polaris, both at midwinter.
Yeah.
When it's pointing in one direction, and then when the globe's apparently on the other side of the sun, points to Polaris as well, when it would be pointing at 46 degrees the other direction.
Yeah.
So how can it be pointing at Polaris when there's a 46-degree angle or whatever? It's ridiculous.
It is.
And I've seen clouds behind the sun and in front of the sun, which if the sun's so many million miles away, how on earth can you see clouds behind the sun?
And even with Polaris, if you measure, I made a video some time ago. If you measure the elevation to Polaris from the same latitude at sunset and sunrise at the same time, they're both pointing at Polaris. It looks like Polaris is nearby, but according to globe astronomy, one of these people has got direct line of sight to Polaris, whereas the other has got the light from Polaris bending to reach them. So,
round the globe, would that be, or
on the globe? Yes, of course.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realise the globe had that much gravity to bend the light.
Well, there you go. That's their explanation, because obviously they can't explain it without gibberish, so they have to throw some gibberish in.
It sounds like the Mirage one, where you see cities, you know, across lakes in America.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, yes, of course, it's the light bouncing off the water. In that case, it would be upside down.
Yes. Well, never mind the meaning of the word inverted.
Someone got to do a calculation. Like, when I saw it set, how long has it been? And then how far around the ball should it be?
Yes.
Because this light is not going away. It'll be here for another hour.
Well, this is the thing. It's supposed to be traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, give or take. You know, so it should be 1,000 miles further away. Flat Earth math is going to have an embolism when he sees this. But so, David, will you tell us now where the center of that sun glare that you've got, where that is on your compass?
Paige, can you pull up the compass again? just double click and you can flip through. It is.
Could it not appear to travel faster and slower depending on the height it is from the ground level?
Yes, but this is something really weird. It seems like once it reaches
282 degrees.
So it's moved further north.
A little bit, very little.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it appears like the nearest it gets to sunset and beyond sunset, the faster it moves.
It's like you're looking at it from the outside edge of a curve, and it's curving towards you and then back inward.
Yes.
Hey,
it came to its westward point, and now it's going back towards north again.
Yeah.
But moving away at the same time.
Does the curve of the sun, is it the same formula as the curve of the earth, squared times whatever? So as time goes on, it's actually curving faster and faster away from you? I think it is.
No.
No?
No. That I was talking with Dr. Zach yesterday, the curvature thing, we've found something that's just so interesting. And it's the same, exactly the same, looking at the curvature, but instead of looking for the curvature, you're looking for the distance to the horizon, and you come to a very different conclusion. You come to the opposite conclusion as the curvature. When you're looking at the very same thing, you come to an exponential shortening of distance. We're going to make a video about it.
So if anyone's looking, New York is right to the left of that island there. So that little piece of land right there, you got all of lower Manhattan, all of Manhattan, and you can see the tower is still lit up, glaring. Wish I could zoom in.
Hey, can't you get P900s to...
if you're on an iPhone or something, David, you can just pinch the screen and it should zoom in. Like
No, it
pinch.
doesn't do that. It doesn't do that in Hangout.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, it doesn't.
Can't P900s.
If you had a video capture somewhere, if you had a video capture software, you could just hook up the video, and do it that way. Hook up an external camera. That'd be fun.
So the new joiner, so Felix, is it? How you doing, Felix? And we've also got another one as well.
See out there, I'm chasing it. I live in a forest.
Yes, we can see you chasing it. And we also have...
I'm gonna go around the curve here. I'm hoping for an opening, we got...
Can you tell us your location and time, Felix?
Felix, you're cutting out. We can't hear you. Nathan, we also have Antonio. Antonio, you're muted if you want to unmute yourself to talk.
No, we can hear you, Felix.
Antonio, no, we can't hear you.
I can.
You can. No, Antonio. Yes. Can you hear Antonio?
You can't hear Antonio as yet. He is unmuted in the broadcast, but his mic's not working for some reason. So I'll just leave the camera on David. Have we figured out where Felix is currently? She's driving at the moment. We haven't got any timers yet.
I gotta go.
Okay, David.
Okay, David. I'll leave the camera on you till you cut off, and then we'll figure out where Felix is and where Antonio number 2 is.
That's it, boys. See ya.
See you. Thanks, David.
And we've also got James Halliwell, who I'll just show in the broadcast as well. Can you hear us, James? No, nothing from James. Got a great view of something.
Okay, test your mics. Antonio, test your mic, and James, please test your mic.
So that's your west, Felix.
Put it on drunk in the meantime, as he's got the best sunset while we work out everybody else.
Yeah, that's an awesome sunset now. What was that?
What was that?
Oh, it's who is it? Can you see, Nathan?
I can't figure out who it is. I'm afraid.
Spazathon. It's Spazathon.
Is that you, Antonio?
No, it's Faceathon.
Yeah, Spazathon.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, people can't. They're not presented to the broadcast, I don't think so.
Yeah, I've just presented them. Faceathon. Oops, people are dropping.
So we'll try Felix once more. Can you hear us, Felix?
No, she can't hear us. Nathan, shift to what's he called? Faceathon or whatever.
Well, they've got nothing to show us, so there's just a blank avatar. So I've just hidden them until they sort it out, because I can just hear screaming.
Yeah, good. Felix. Oh, nothing. Oh well.
Okay, we've got a beautiful sunset. Hopefully we'll figure out where Felix is eventually. I'll put her on the broadcast, so at least see what she's showing us.
She's trying to find an opening, I think. Yes, we can hear you, Felix. Where are you? No, location. Location.
Mark.
Location on the Earth.
Mark, can you hear her?
Yes, I can.
That's weird. We can't hear her.
Can't you? I can.
No. Can you tell us what she's
she said that she's out in the country, surrounded by trees. I'm just trying to find out the location of whereabouts Felix is.
Yes, like the state.
Exactly. The physical location. Southern Michigan at the Ohio border. Sorry, Felix. I'm just relaying what you say, Felix, so they can hear you as well. For some reason, they can't hear what you're saying.
What time is it there?
What time is it there, Felix?
Isn't that weird?
Yes.
6:16 p.m. Eastern time.
Six.
So 18 or 18:16. Yeah, 6 p.m. It's just after 6.
Well done.
Thank you, man. That was handy.
So I'm going to present James.
That's all right. We can see it, Felix.
So this is James. If you can unmute yourself, James, you are just being displayed. If you can just tell us where you are.
Actually, hello.
Hello.
Hey, James.
I got to lower my mic.
Cool.
Can you tell us your location, James?
Ottawa,
he's up
Canada.
in Ontario. Yeah,
Ottawa.
Canada. That's right.
Ottawa. What time is it?
Mark, can you mute for a second, buddy?
It's 7:17 here.
So this is your sunrise and
no sunset.
Sunset. Did we get the location? Sorry, I was distracted.
Ottawa.
Ottawa.
Canada.
Superb. Excellent. Thank you, James.
And do you know the azimuth to the sun, the compass direction to the sunset? James.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fix. Am I sounding okay?
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Okay. It's almost due west, but just a little south of west, a few degrees.
South of west?
Yeah, a little south of west from here.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I checked it on Google. I got it open, and it really looks just a little west south of west. Yeah, because out that way to the sunset is the University Algonquin and stuff like that. So it's out towards Baseline Road and whatever, and it's basically west and slightly south.
Do you have a compass on your phone?
No.
Okay. We'll just put a question mark there. What's your name, sorry?
James.
James. Cool.
And they've been spraying a lot today, so that's why it looks like milk.
Yeah, we get that a lot here in the UK too. Okay, that's cool.
Just looking at Grunk's picture, and it looks like a hell of a lot of chemtrails there as well. You can see those streaky lines.
Yeah.
It seems to clear up almost as it sets and gets more colorful. So it could still turn out pretty and stuff, but it's got to go through its chem phase.
We this morning our one was nice and clear, no chemtrails at all. It was a beautiful one, very much more localized.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Felix. Did you want to say your location just so it's you saying it and your local time?
Hello. Okay, that's not Felix, Nathan. That's the person that you muted earlier.
And then Q. She's in Malaysia, I believe.
Jakarta.
Jakarta. I keep saying that. Are you then, Q?
I'm showing in broadcast, okay? Fernand Fasathon? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, you don't need to display them to talk to them before we present them. So because that person's had a load of screaming, I've kept them hidden. So, you know, we can still hear them when they're hidden from the broadcast, but if they scream or do something like that, then, you know, until she talks to us before we present her or him, whereas NQ said hi in Jakarta, and that's enough for me to present them.
Yeah. So it's just, I think there were children in the background. So what's your name?
Can you hear you, Felix?
Again, little NQ.
Felix is showing you the sunset just as it's happening now, where she is.
Ah, perfect.
So.
Ah, well done, Felix. If you can hear us, you're in the perfect spot.
Fasathon, can you show your son? Cool, thank you. And Felix, this is what this is. This is a sun tracking. This is a sun tracking session. Did you hear? I said this is a sun tracking hangout. We are tracking where the sun is over the earth.
I'm out of here, guys. I'm going to make some space for some others. Have a good one.
Cool. Thank you, by the way.
Thanks, Mark. It's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, see you later on for your sunset.
Sure, yeah.
Hopefully.
I'll give that a go.
See you later. Thanks.
We also have is it NN? Can you hear us?
And then Q, look, you there?
Right, your sunset is getting quite pretty from your location there, James. You can just see the stuff coming into view below you.
Yeah, I have to sort of confess to something where I thought it was going down with all the clouds. It was just well lit, and I think it's really more west and north now. So I can't really help much in knowing where it actually went down. But this should be with the dome and the recession of the sun, whatever. where it's going down. So I'll try to refigure after it sets a little more.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Felix, your sunset's looking ace. But we can't hear you now for some bizarre reason. No, you're just breaking up really badly.
But it's okay, don't worry. If you keep your camera exactly as is, you've got a beautiful sunset.
Now we also have NQ. Nathan.
Yes, we haven't. We can't really. I haven't heard anything from her yet, or him yet.
It's her. She's my friend.
Yes, so talk to her, Martin.
Are you then, NQ? Are you okay, love? Can you hear me? No. I'm you. Come back, love. No, this is Martin. Nathan Shear, though. Hi.
Yes.
I'm actually awesome. Who's this?
This is Shaking Heaven. How are you?
Oh, Shaking Heaven. I spoke to you earlier. God bless you, my friend. Thank you very much, brother. You're a man amongst men.
The sun just went down. Apologize for the wind, and it actually set at 314 degrees northwest.
Northwest.
Where are you, buddy?
I am at Port Charlotte, Florida, on the west side of Florida, just at the Gulf.
Brilliant. Can you hang around for a bit? I know you said the sun's just gone down, but that could be perfect.
What time is
yes,
it? What time is it for you in Florida? Oh, it just dropped. $7:45. Thank you. Oh, 25. 7:25. West Florida. West Florida. You said it was.
And I put it on the compass, Antonio, and like I said, the sun sitting directly over the water, and what trees I saw was sitting at 314 degrees northwest.
That's awesome. 300.
This is Shaking Heaven.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey,
hello, Miss
hi.
Patricia.
How are you? I heard your name. I was over there. I'm like, oh, I'm going to come over and say hello.
Can you just
Yeah.
repeat?
My pleasure to see you.
Sorry to cut you off
It's
there.
a pleasure to finally meet face to face.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Nathan.
yeah.
I've just got to get this in because you weren't being presented when you gave all your information because you dropped and then came back. So can you just repeat your location and your local time?
Yes, my location is Port Charlotte, Florida. It is on the west side of Florida. The sun set here at Port Charlotte at 7:25 p.m. And I actually did a compass reading on where it actually went below the horizon, and it was at 314 degrees northwest is when it actually disappeared.
314. And do you want to give us your name or just your channel name?
Shaking Heaven is my channel name. My first name is John.
John.
I have nothing to hide.
Cool.
Can you point your camera towards the sun? Picture there you are, my friend.
I can. It's actually down. All you see is just a little spot of where it's actually still past beyond.
That's awesome. NQ, you need to mute your mic, please.
Yes, sir.
No.
I do apologize.
No,
it's
not you. No,
it's
not you.
You've
Not
got
you.
somebody who's joined that's not actually presented yet. Red.
Not
And
you,
if
John.
you want to stop making a racket, Red, or I'll boot you.
Awesome, and I will see you guys for sun appear. I don't call it sunset or sunrise. I call it sun appear and sun disappear because that's basically what it does. So I will see you guys probably about 0720 here in Florida again in about 12 hours.
Cool.
Can you stick with us for now, though, and just keep your camera pointing in the general direction of where the sun went?
I absolutely will, Mr. Nathan. I will mute my mic and we'll go from there, sir.
Oh, you don't.
you don't have to mute.
No, you don't have to mute. It's just whilst you were talking, somebody else joined in called Red, who was playing background noise that was interrupting the audio. So
I'll give Red the 60 seconds to sort his stuff out. It might be a legitimate sun sharer. If not, it's going to get booted. But he's not just. I like this system because although he's irritating for us, nobody can hear him, and I think that's my cue to boot him out.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that was a beautiful comment earlier, John. God bless you for that.
Hey, you too, brother. Really, how's your mom? Good?
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, brother. Honestly.
We need family, especially something like this, man.
Yeah, amen. You're damn right there, mate.
So God bless you.
God bless.
Love you, brother.
Same to you, brother. Brilliant to meet you.
And is it NQ, did you say? We can see you now. Can we hear you as well?
Hey, NQ. Hi, love. Great to see you.
You too.
Oh, I love you. Jakarta. Miss Jakarta.
Can't see the sun because of the trees.
Yeah, put it up a bit.
Can you tell us your time and location?
It's 6:30, Jakarta, Indonesia.
Okay, cool.
6:30
So what
p.m.
direction the sun is in? It's in the
Can you see that?
westerly. Well, do you know what direction the sun is in? NQ.
Huh? Say again?
Is it in a? Do you know what direction it is in? As in a westerly direction, or?
90 degrees. 90 degrees east.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you very much. 90 degrees
Okay.
east. Cool.
So 90 degrees.
See you guys.
No, wait. What time is it there?
6:30.
6:30.
Thank you, love.
And it is
In the
your
morning.
sunrise?
Sunrise.
Brilliant, thank you. And you are in Jakarta? And sunrise. This is the first sunrise. You're the first sunrise on this session.
Wow.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah. Nice to talk with you as well, by the way.
All right,
awesome.
see you at noon.
See you at noon.
Super. I don't know. I've forgotten your name, Mr. What is it again?
Spencer.
Do you want to drop back in when your sun's rising? I know you're here in the UK with us, but we're filling up thick and fast, and I just don't want the panel to be filled up. Not to be rude, but you're not sharing your sun.
Yeah, so yeah, sure, I'll do that. Any idea when it is here? Is it about 7-ish?
No, it's sooner than that, I think.
You can check on time and date or SunCalc.
Yeah, sure.
Go to suncalc.org. It's free. It's pretty good. I mean, there's got some global lies there, but it's pretty good because it is based on like real observations. As for your question, we're hoping that as we do these, people will get more advanced in their awareness of what things to look for. So their actual physical location. So above sea level, the azimuth to the sun, the sun's elevation, all of these things. So
But also the position rather than just the city, because if you said Stockport, you could be 10 miles away from within a radius.
Yeah.
Maybe Manchester would be 20 miles.
Yeah, well, this is one of the things we're trying to do is establish. So somebody could be in Thailand and they could think that they're under the Tropic of Cancer, but it might turn out that their location is not, that it's much further north or much further south. So part of the reason for doing this is to actually establish where the land masses are.
Yeah. Are you on all night then, till the morning?
All 24 hours we're on.
Oh, right, okay. Can I drop out and still watch?
Sure, of course you can.
Right, how do I drop out?
Okay, so you hit the red phone, okay?
Yeah.
And then you go to Nathan Oakley's channel. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, I've got a new direction, and it's truly almost due west where it's heading from me, with just a
I've had you
degree or
presented
two
today, actually, James.
north.
It's so spectacular where you are. It looks really good.
Yeah.
It might get a little better too, because it's more colorful and usually on the horizon as it gets later. It really colorizes.
Can you just remind us of your location? Because there may be
Ottawa, Canada. Ottawa, Canada.
And again, if you can give us your local time.
Yeah, 7:34 p.m.
Perfect. I'm just going to move on to Grunk. I don't know if you can hear us. You're on mute at the moment, my friend. But if you can just remind the viewers of your location, if you can come off mute, I'll leave the camera on so that you can fiddle. Hopefully, you're still hearing us.
Lebanon, Pennsylvania. 7:34 p.m.
Perfect. Do you want to repeat that, Antonio?
1 second. I can't because I've got a cold, so I'm half deaf. Grunt, can you tell us again your location? Are you in Michigan?
He's gone back on mute.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
And it's 7:35, I think.
Yes, but the sun sets at 7:03. Did it?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's TJ. Yeah. You see, Nathan? You see what I was saying about taking notes?
Yeah, I'm good.
And then, last of all, if you can go back on mute just for a second, Grunk. Felix, I don't know if you can hear us. Your sun's pretty much just about to go down completely, is it not?
Felix, love, can you hear us?
Just going to turn the camera to take it off mute.
Oh, damn.
I tell you what I think's pretty...
Antonio,
yes.
Check this out. If David Weiss is getting a sunset in New York facing west,
yes.
How is NNQ getting a sunrise facing east in Jakarta?
I know. And how is...
I just put it on a normal projection, right? Just bear with me, right? So David Weiss is looking out into a westerly direction. NNQ, she's in Malaysia, Jakarta, and she's looking out into an easterly direction, a sunrise.
Yes. So what's the
distance? That's not possible.
It is on this when you...
It is on that.
Properly. But I tell you what I think's pretty cool, that John, Shaking Heaven, is in Florida with the sunset.
Yeah, I know. I was going with David because he knew it was a definite westerly direction. Does he know which way he's facing? Is that westerly as well?
Yes.
It would be, wouldn't it? It had to be for Florida, yeah.
But this is the thing. This is the thing, Martin. David was also on the same coast, on the eastern coast.
It's not too far, no.
Of the US, and we can see the difference between David's sunset, which happened 20 minutes ago, and John's sunset now. So John's sunset should be further north. It is. It is on the. What's mine?
So I'm being asked, how do I drop and still watch? So just don't press it yet, but press the red telephone to leave. This definitely doesn't.
Oh my God, it works on an azimuthal perfectly.
Yes.
Hold on a second, guys. So just go to Nathan Oakley 1980 and just watch it from there. So if you can just drop out for the now. Hopefully he'll hear that and drop. I don't want to kick you out because otherwise you can't come back. But yes, if you can, he's heard me. Perfect.
Yeah. So Martin, John is 314 degrees west. Okay. And David was 300 degrees west. Sorry, no.
I got that.
David was.
If he's New York, I pretty much know the location.
David was 275 west.
Is it?
Yeah. And John was 314.
275. All right, then, fair enough.
So that's pretty cool.
Very.
Jesus. When a plan comes together.
Sahara Desert in width or something. That's a large distance. That's incredible.
And sunrise in Jakarta.
Aye, very interesting. Mm.
Wow. Okay, Nathan, how about I show a screen share, and you present me to everyone, unless you want to take me off in case somebody jumps on, for making an inclinometer. Are you
Sure, if
muted?
you want to present it, no worries.
Yeah, I'll present it. You just kick it off me. You present me to everyone whilst I share this video. It's only 2 minutes long. And if somebody jumps on that's got a son, then, you know, tell me, I'll mute it or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
As soon as it's up, I'll take it off James, because he's got the prettiest sunset at the moment.
Okay.
And I think shaking, I don't know if he can hear me. If he turns his phone on his side, we might get a bit of a bigger shot from him. Oh, I'll put you on for now, Antonio.
From Shaking Heaven?
Yeah, and if everyone else can mute, you're presenting now, Antonio.
Okay. So, here we go.
Project packet by clicking the appropriate link below. In order to get an A on this, the first part of this, you should remember these from the first unit things. First, a protractor. You should remember these from the first unit. They're used to measure angles. You're going to need a drinking straw. You will need some transparent tape. Actually, any tape will work, but transparent tape is the best, because that way, if you tape over the numbers on your protractor, you can still read them. You will need some string. And finally, you're going to need some good weight. Now, that weight can be in the form of nuts, bolts, washers, coins. Just make sure that it's heavy enough to weight the string. Okay, how do you make an inclinometer? First, you want to attach a length of string to the protractor so it can move freely from the vertex point. Now remember, that vertex point is that point where the vertex would go if you're measuring an angle. And then you want to attach a weight to the end of your string. Next, there are actually two ways to assemble it. Here is the first option. You're going to want to attach the drinking straw along the 0 line. This is for aiming. The straw should probably be on the opposite side of the string so that you don't tape over it and cause problems. Remember, the string needs to move freely from the vertex point. The second option is to attach the drinking straw along the 90-degree line. Again, you're going to want to put this on the opposite side of the protractor of the string so that the string can move freely around the vertex point.
Very good.
Oops, pardon me.
Surprised how long the light is lingering for James.
Yeah.
You there, Alex, love? Yet? Alex? Felix, I mean. No? It's not coming through, never mind.
No.
Try. Oh, volume's right down. Let's put it up. Felix, you coming through, love?
You're muted, Felix. If you want to unmute yourself.
No. Nada. Okay. And James is still lingering well. Look at that. That's an awesome sunset. Beautiful.
I'm lucky to be high enough up to be able to get it.
Yeah. And the direction, James, there again?
Pretty near due west. Maybe a degree or north. I'm lucky to be high enough.
Somebody's running their watch page, I believe.
That's okay. It's a bit like this, isn't it? Sun tracking.
Yeah, it's going.
Moments of real excitement, punctuated by long silences.
No, that was a bit of a revelation then with her. That's an instant result there. I just checked it on the Azimuth, it fitted perfect. That's just basically nailed it for me.
With the sunrise oh, there we go. We've got Felix back. So the sunrise in Jakarta, you mean?
Hi.
Working out in your mind's eye, in the distance of time.
I'm at 47 point something 71 north, and God, I can't remember the latitude now because I can't remember more than 4 numbers at a time. But I'm still watching it go down. Like I said, if I had my other camera with me, I could have zoomed right in on that, and you just would have seen a little tiny ball,
So
going away.
Felix, your camera has gone off, so we can't see if the sun that you.
No, it hasn't. It's fine. It's fine.
It hasn't, love. You're fine. It's running nice.
Ignore Antonio. He's really silly.
It is, yes. Brilliant. Thank you.
I've had 4 people stop and ask me if I need help.
Oh, love you.
That's so sweet.
It is.
We have Bob Shanadude60 from Globebusters here.
Yay!
Bob, we're not worthy.
All hail Bob.
Bob.
Hey, hello everybody. Hey Nathan, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
So I signed in under your account, and I went to the Creator Studio, and in the live on the live events, and I went in there and I saw the one that was going, but there was a button that said Resume Hangout. Is that what I was supposed to hit when I actually join as you?
Yes. So resuming will start the Hangout as though you've started it, but it's obviously already running. But then you just join with my avatar, and then if you're the last person in other words, at the moment, there's Martin and me in as me, if that makes sense. But if we both left, you would have full control of everything. Well, I say everything. You've got control of everything except the cameras.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm actually in under myself right now because one time that we did this before, Jaron, my son, when he was in Seattle, signed in for some reason under Globebusters because he wanted to delete something on there. And when he did that, it kicked me off. So I just didn't want to kick you off if I did that. So
doesn't seem to function fine. You can join as many as you like.
Okay, cool. And Cammie and I are going to be hello, shaking heaven. So, and Cammie and I are going to be taking off here in about an hour, and we're going to go find a place where we can film.
I apologize for interrupting. I apologize. I just wanted to show you converging lines that literally looks like the sun is behind the actual air. It's coming up from shadows from the sun. The sun has actually completely disappeared, and there are a couple rays sticking up in the sky. I don't know if those are visible on the camera.
Dad!
Okay, Felix. Talk to you later.
Okay,
Thanks,
see you
Felix.
in the morning.
Thank you.
Bye, Felix.
God bless Felix.
Bye.
God bless love. Thanks.
You.
Thanks, darling.
So shaking. I mean,
Yes, sir.
very cool.
Yeah. Do you see the shine lines with the shadow lines?
It's a bit. The quality of my Mac's a bit poor right now. I don't know if any of the other guys are seeing them.
Try turning your camera 90 degrees.
Let's see here.
Just try turning it
horizontal.
So it's horizontal rather than vertical.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
There you go. Oh yeah, yes. Yes.
And the sun has completely disappeared. And there's even a few over here.
Yeah, they're splaying out.
Yes, literally in straight lines. Awesome.
Wow.
I'll see you guys later this evening. God bless everybody.
Thanks. And by the way, yes, do jump on later with your moon if you want.
I will. I will, absolutely. I'm excited. I'm stoked. So yes, hello,
Nice,
Bob.
John.
Can you stay a little bit longer? Is that any
Yeah, stick around, John. In the row, brother.
All right.
Come on. Thanks, mate.
Hello, John. John, I think, right? Is that what your name was, John?
Yeah, that's it. Bob.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, John. Hello, Bob.
How you doing, John?
Or do you prefer Robert?
No, Robert's my real name, but I go by Bob.
Obviously, yes. Okay, Bob would be fine. Good to meet you, Bob.
Good to meet you too.
All right, I will see you guys at the sun. I got to go put a little one to bed. God bless everybody.
See you later.
Okay.
God bless you, Ian.
Anyway,
Nathan,
Nathan.
the last light we have from James, which is just about to completely disappear, I think.
Yep. Anyway, Nathan, Cammie and I are going to go find a spot that we can get a straight shot west, so we can show our sunset, which is, I think, going to be at 6:58, which is about an hour, just a little over an hour from right now. So we'll be filming that and sending it back in. But I just wanted to check in and make sure everything worked okay.
Yeah. Can I just give you one word to the wise? When you do run the hangout, when people join, nobody on the broadcast, nobody who's watching the broadcast live can actually see them until you click on the down arrow and then click on the very top selection, which is present to broadcast.
Okay.
It's just so if you we've had it a couple of times, people join and they play loud noises or try and troll us and no one else can see them. It's just irritating to us.
Right. Okay. No problem. I can do that.
No, it's irritating to us, and it's for them who think that they're disrupting things, and they're not. We can just boot them.
I think people will get wise to it pretty quickly when they realise that they're not actually ever being broadcast and it's a waste of their time. So hopefully, I didn't realise you could do it. It's been a godsend so far.
Did you hear, by the way, Bob, that it's sunset in Florida, it's just been sunset in New York, and it's sunrise in Jakarta?
Yeah, I heard that. That seems a little strange. How is that working? And also, I looked at timeanddate.com, and our equinox doesn't actually happen until the day after tomorrow.
Yes.
Where we get the 090.
Ours happens tonight. So how does that work on a globe? It doesn't, does it?
No, not really. And it also sounds like the sun is probably curving instead of going in a straight line.
Yep. And that's why we have different equinoxes.
Well, I'm actually hoping someone from the UK, like Manchester, comes on last time, just as the last of the rays are going down over Western Ontario.
Right.
They're coming up in Lancaster, Yorkshire, or somewhere last time.
Right.
They had this thing going. Yeah, I think it was Lancaster. So it's very weird because, I mean, England's behind me, east of me, and north, you know. It's actually closer than, in a sense, Vancouver.
Really?
To me. Well, almost. I mean, it's three days by bus to Vancouver. It's a hell of a journey. It's 2,000 plus miles, eh? At least 2,000 miles. England is only like 1,500 miles from me, behind me.
Yeah, so you see, even on this...
No, it's not possible on a globe. I just worked it out. It's impossible.
Yeah. No, it isn't possible on a globe. Like, we had Turkey, there's some going down in Turkey and rising in Guam.
East in Jakarta, so she's looking east. Bob's looking west, okay? Right? He's looking in the westerly direction. She's watching sunrise. He's watching sunset.
Yeah, it doesn't work on the globe. Martin, you need to get your little globe and show people like this. So, but what James was just saying is, if we look on this Gleason's, here's here, the UK's there, and the other side of Canada is over here, okay, and on the Gleason's, the other side of Canada is closer than the UK, but in the real world it isn't. Canada is much bigger than this space here.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful, Antonio. You're gonna piss off Lawrence.
Oh, well,
use that Gleason's map.
The damage is done.
I'm presenting you, Martin, if you want to point it out on the globe.
So I'm in the Americas now, and I'm looking in a westerly direction. He's in Connecticut, so that's up by New York. So I'll just sort of roughly guess it. So he's looking west, okay? So you can imagine that's turning. Now, NNQ, she's round in Jakarta, okay? And she's looking in an easterly direction, okay? Imagine this is turning. She's looking in an easterly direction. So Bob's still there looking west. She is there looking east. In Jakarta. Hang on. And she's looking in an easterly direction that way, okay? Ball's still turning She's seen it set. He's seen it set. She's seen it rise. That's not actually possible. That's not physically possible. And it's not possible on any of their projections either, because it doesn't work. Sorry, the line's there wrong. She's looking in an easterly direction, and she's looking that way, and he's looking west. It's not possible. Not bad on an azimuth.
Sorry, can you just hold it up as you do it? Because we didn't.
Of course. Okay. So he's there looking west. Okay. And he's looking at it going down. So imagine the sun's just gone down in the Atlantic Ocean, say somewhere by here. Now she's swinging around here in Jakarta, which is there, and she's watching the sun going down in an easterly direction. So she's looking that way. The sun's going down that way. That's not actually flipping bad at all. Oh, wow. That would work. I like this. Any more for any more? Flipping hell, guys.
Yeah. Beautiful, Martin.
That's going to cause a shitstorm. Excellent. Ooh. What do you reckon,
so
Bob?
So good. Considering this is only just coming up on the hour 2. We had an hour and 55 minutes. Not bad so far.
I don't think you.
Not too
I don't
shabby.
know that deal. I'm gonna joke.
Now, the thing with globes is, no matter what you show to a globe link with a globe, they'll just say that your globe just happens to be off in this particular way. This globe that I have happens to be off this way, okay? I'm going to hold my fingers, Jakarta. So this finger is, sorry.
She's looking out into the Pacific Ocean in an easterly direction, right?
Yes.
And Bob's looking out the Atlantic in a westerly direction. So if you can imagine that in your mind, or on the ball, turn it in the way they say it's turning, it's going in the opposite direction. She wouldn't even pick it up.
Right, let me just point this out. Here's Jakarta, okay? Here's Florida. There's Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
Now.
Okay.
Got
my finger on.
I'm going to hold this.
Hold on, Antonio. Martin, just one at a time, because you keep cutting off everything Antonio is saying.
Nervous.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my finger on Florida and Jakarta. I'm going to hold the globe like this so you can see where the fingers are. Okay. The fingers are on this globe, literally opposite each other, which means the sun would have already risen in Jakarta when it's setting in Florida, according to this physical globe. But no matter what you show to a globe link, this globe is wrong. If you show some other discrepancy, then that globe is wrong. No matter what you show with a physical globe, it's wrong, not because of the data, but because the globe you happen to be holding is wrong.
Maybe it's just because all globes are wrong.
Exactly. Hey, Bob, I'm going to have a debate with Flat Earth Math.
Okay.
That's going to be fun.
That ought to be interesting.
Yes. I've been having a little bit of a debate with him. Not a debate, a back and forth with him in comments. I think he's a good guy. I don't think he's a nasty guy at all. But it's going to be a little bit. It's going to be different to when Jaron debated him.
I agree. Well, that wasn't really so much a debate. I mean, he was, Charles was very respectful. I got to give him that. And I honestly believe that he believes in what he's saying, So it's just interesting to hear his take on things. But obviously, we don't agree on a lot of the big things.
Yeah. I saw Jaron's hangout with him. It wasn't so much a debate as a hangout.
Right.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it because he makes some really good points that would be very good to unstitch and dissect and ask for clarification.
Yep, I totally agree. But the biggest objection that I have in dealing with globers is, especially when they're using the star trails as evidence for the globe. That just, to me, it's like you might as well just be talking apples and oranges. We're talking two completely different models, two totally different ideas behind it. And when they try and use that as proof against the flat Earth, to me, it's just the most ridiculous thing you could ever do.
I saw a hangout a video that somebody put, and I apologize for the person that posted the video. He said, if you're describing the shape of your living room, you don't do this by describing what you see out of your window.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't say, well, my living room, let's look at the trees out there. No, let's look at your living room.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. All right. So anyway, I think I'm going to cut out of here and get ready to go find a spot that we can shoot the sunset, which is going to occur in about 45 minutes or so. So we will be back on and showing the Denver sunset.
Cool.
Make sure you take the link with you.
Oh, I will. It's in the bottom of the, let me double check. It's in the bottom of the Hangout, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I only say that because one guy tried to join from his phone and said he ended up having to email himself the link in order to join from his mobile device.
Oh, well, okay. No problem. I can just go back in the history too. So either way, we'll make it on.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, guys. Well, we will be seeing you in about 45 minutes.
Cool.
All right. Bye-bye.
Cool, Bob.
Bye.
Not nice. Right. I got it. This is good. I got it.
Okay.
Watching?
Yes.
Okay. So he's looking west, right? Can you see this, guys? This is our sun. Okay.
Hold it further move to your right, please.
How's that? Okay. Right. So he's looking out now, right, into the Atlantic Ocean in a westerly direction, right? So the sun's turning. Now you've got to imagine that the ball is supposed to be turning, isn't it? So I'm going to turn the sun. Now she's over here in Jakarta, looking in an easterly direction. Okay. So if you can imagine this. So the sun's coming round. She's looking out at the sun rise. He's looking at the set. The sun's coming up for her in the other direction.
Yes, but Martin, you're moving the sun. You're moving the sun in the wrong direction over the map. You should be moving.
Right, she's got to catch the sunrise. She's caught the sunrise. He's caught the sun go down. So yeah, she's caught the sunrise there. The same instant of about 10 minutes apart. He's caught the sun go down in the Atlantic Ocean there. And she's looking out east into the Pacific Ocean.
Martin, okay, can you see where I'm pointing on my map? Yeah?
Huh?
So, where I'm pointing on my map, here's Florida.
Yeah.
So, the sun, listen, the sun moves round counterclockwise on the azimuth.
Well, that's not what David. If you just went down when he's looking in a westerly direction, it went down in the direction of the Atlantic Ocean, looking towards Britain. That's what he just said.
No, this is what I'm saying. It's the Pacific Ocean it's gone down on, not the Atlantic. It's gone down on the Pacific.
He's in Connecticut.
Smarter.
She's looking in an easterly direction into the Pacific Ocean, yeah, and he's looking in a westerly direction from Connecticut.
Yes.
And he's looking out into the Atlantic Ocean.
No, the Pacific.
No. The Pacific.
Yeah.
So he's not.
So he's looking this way, and she's looking this way.
Well, how come it was over water then, Ant?
Yeah, the sun's around here. So, just out of sight to these guys.
Right, he's in Connecticut. You reckon? All right, hang on a minute.
Yeah. Hey, Robin. You're muted. Hello. Hands off the red button, the red telephone button.
Yeah, I know.
Apologies, by the way, I have a cold. I hope nobody catches it.
Yeah, you're not well,
yeah, if you do catch it, don't blame me. There's no magic.
I don't catch colds.
So you'll be handing over to Bob
Robin.
After you, Robin.
Oh,
so,
Xanadu?
Yeah, so it's dead simple. So long as there's no other operators in the room, and I'll make sure there isn't. When you drop, when you press the X, Bob will take over control of the Hangout. Once that's happened, anybody can join at that stage, but so long as there's no other operators around, me included, you'll hand over control of the cameras at that stage.
Oh, so currently you have control, right? Or...
Yeah, as soon as it gets boring, or not boring, as soon as there's more interesting things that happen, i.e. once the suns come, I'll drop so that you take control. I'll ask these two to do it. Once these two have dropped, I'll drop last, and then you'll take over control.
Okay.
For the now, we'll just chit chat till it's necessary.
Okay. Yeah, I just I've got sun calc up, or day and night, so I know exactly what position the sun is at any time on the globe, or on the plane, as it were. And I have my globe here to laugh at. So. And I have the flat Earth. Huh?
You're always equipped.
Yes, I'm ready.
You are ready for action.
That's right. It's cold here today. The sun came out, but it never got warm. It's I think winter is setting in already. So yeah, let the global warming people deal with that.
Did you hear the revelation about the multiple equinoxes we have?
We have multiple equinoxes.
Yes, what's that happening? Because the equinox, just for anybody out there who's not fully aware, okay, so I'm going to hold this globe, I'm going to rotate it, and you're going to see how it has this inclination of, the axial tilt, okay? So the equinox, we have two equinoxes, okay? We have the vernal equinox and the autumn, what's it called? The autumn equinox and the spring equinox. And that's when the Earth is angled, according to the globe, this way, it's the autumn equinox. When it's angled this way, it's the spring equinox. In which case, there's only, when it's this way, okay, the Earth rotates once in a day, everybody would have the equinox on the same day, give or take. New Zealand, it might be the 22nd, whereas Hawaii, it might be the 23rd, but not. We actually have the equinox on the 22nd in the UK and the 24th in California. So this, as Bob pointed out, kind of indicates that what's happening is the sun is making a circuit over the Earth, and because its circuit is widening, it has a discrepancy which denotes different equinoxes over a period of days, which is what we have. We have this period, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of equinoxes. Equinox is a single term. It means one night of equal night and day, not, equinoxi.
The thing is, I don't think it actually works with the globe supposedly tilted the way it is, because it doesn't even work, because at the equinox the tilt is across from like this. But the problem is, and I even brought some extra special little things here, right? And I'll try to, so here I am, if I can get this to stick, I'm using toothpicks and marshmallows. So so if I'm in Seattle and the Earth is rotating this way, I'm trying to keep the angle the same. I have to. The thing is the angle in the sky won't be right, because I have to keep, let me see if I can keep it. I'm trying to keep it. But the thing is, the angle won't work right, because the globe is tilted. So even though it's turning with the tilt 90 degrees out, it won't work. I've been trying to look at this geometrically, and I can't really show it yet, but I'm going to try to do that, because the path of the sun wouldn't actually continue, it would go down. It would, what it is it would set, like if I'm in Seattle, right? And the globe is turning, right? So it gets lighter and lighter and lighter. Oh, here we go. Okay, so it gets, the globe is turning, so, and it gets, if the sun is directly towards the camera, right? And let's see, I'm here. I'm trying to get it so you can see. But if it's at a 35-degree angle, right?
20,
or 23.5 degree angle.
Yeah.
Like I've got it kind of trying to keep it level with the pedestal part, level with the ground, right? As the globe turns towards the sun, right? The sun would come in at an angle below, which is fine, but as it comes away from that, it would go up and over, and that's not what the sun does in its track. You know, because of you just can't make the math work on a globe.
Yes. So
because you're, even though you're 90 degrees from the sun, the tilt is like 90 degrees orthogonal to the sun, it's still turning at a strange curve. So the sunrise and the sunset wouldn't be equal.
So what I'm doing, Robin, whilst you're explaining that, I'm going to pull up
it's really hard to explain.
suncalc.org.
Yeah, I've got that, right?
Yes. So what you just explained, I'm going to screen share to people. Nathan, if that's okay. Like before, if anybody jumps on, just take the camera off me. Yeah. So let me screen share. Okay, this is what Robin is describing. So I'm just going to put that there. Okay, forget this. Don't worry too much about this. Am I displaying, Nathan? Am I sharing? I mean, you're muted.
Yeah, you're not. You haven't actually screen shared.
Am I not? Okay. Sorry about that. So desktop. Okay. Am I sharing? Yes, I am. Yeah. Nathan, you're muted. Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm not interrupting because everything's working.
Okay, so here's the thing. What Robin is describing is how on a globe, what should happen with the inclination is the sun. Look, I'm going to pull this across like this. Okay, this is supposed to be sunrise on the northern hemisphere. Okay, it doesn't matter. This is based in Stockport. It doesn't matter. Okay, in fact, I'll go to Seattle. Oops. Okay, so this is sunrise. Okay, you see how the sun here is rising due east. Okay, well, on the globe, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to pan out. Okay, because of the angle of the globe, it shouldn't be rising here at all. It should be rising about here, 26 degrees off this. It should be rising from this location, and as the sun goes across, it should be setting at this location. Where right now you have this shadow.
Right, hold on 1 second. We've got a new guest.
Cool.
So how are you doing, Ian?
I can't hear anything, Nathan.
Yeah, we can't hear Ian. I don't know if he's heard us. Can you tell us your location and time, Ian?
Yeah, I'm in Sydney, Australia. It's about 12 minutes past 10 in the morning.
Ah, perfect. So you'll be primed to share with us your solar noon then, hopefully.
Yeah, if I can get outside enough, yeah, at time. So I might be heading home around that time.
So if you can join us at solar noon, do you know what time your solar noon is going to be?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Yeah, but So if you look it up, the problem with the globe mathematics is that everything is based on maths, not on real world observations. So for your location, you might find that timeanddate.com says maybe 1:15 for your solar noon, and it might be 1:20 or 1:09 or 1:05 or 12. You know, there would be a discrepancy. But the important thing, if you're going to capture your solar noon, is to tell us where you are and the angle of elevation to the sun.
I don't know, I might put a stake in the ground and do the pebble trick, see if I can find when it's going to be. But
yes,
it's no worries. It's one of those. It's one of the additions that we didn't have to the last sun tracking, but for this one we've added it. And the chances are, once this has been rendered and finished and done and dusted, people watch it back and realise for the next one, we want to get the exact solar noon. So despite most people probably not having it on this occasion, it's one where we'll name and shame and say, oh, wow, we really wanted it. Only kidding. We're really grateful that you've tuned in.
Yeah, no worries. I've been watching it for quite a while now.
Cool.
Can you point your camera in the sun's general direction so we've at least got it on?
Yeah, it is pointing behind me. That's not it. It's just behind the cloud at the moment.
Gotcha. Excellent.
I was out a few minutes ago, but it's on that cloud again. Well, I thought I'd see what's going on. Yeah, so I'll get a meeting soon, so I'll see if I can come up around lunchtime.
So Ian, if you can, we shared earlier a video on how to make an Inclinometer. How to basically get a protractor, stick a hole through it, and hang something. Then you line your protractor straight line of sight between your eye and the sun, and wherever the plumb line drops, that's your inverted angle. You can do the same with cardboard on the floor if you don't want to look at the sun. You just need a straight edge, you know, at the shadow between your stick and the end of the shadow, and you just measure that. You know, that way you avoid, you know, damaging your eyes or, you know, getting a bit of sun glare. But if you can do that, that would be cool, because where are you? Queensland or Sydney, did you say?
Yeah, Sydney.
Sydney. Okay, so you're in Sydney, but it might turn out that Sydney is not located as far away into the Tropic of Capricorn as we're told. It might be further down, or it might be more direct under.
You should be able to see the top of the Harbour Bridge just over there, between those houses there.
Oh yeah, wow, that's a pretty cool blue patch of sky you got there.
At the top of the Harbour Bridge is there, but the sun's around here. North, for sure, but it's behind the sun.
Yeah.
Clouds at the moment. I'll see if I can work out when noon is and out and start broadcasting again.
Cool. Thank you. Robin, you were showing the globe. Haha, the globe. So you were showing the globe as you
Yes, I was showing
it. Yeah.
I was showing the position of the sun. Well, according to SunCalc, or like time and date, the sun should be just on the equator north of New Zealand right now.
So, what? Just to be clear, what this means is that where Robin's finger is should be directly under the sun, be it out in space or not very far from the surface of the Earth. That's where the sun would be casting a shadow directly between your feet if you were stood there on a ship or a raft or whatever.
That's where I'm pointing it to the camera so you can treat the camera like a sun. So
Yeah.
So if the camera was the sun, that's where you would be, right there. And as you can see, Australia is kind of a little further over than I expected.
Yes.
Because it's almost noon there,
Yeah.
or it's approaching noon. This is kind of, I would expect it to be, like Sydney is right here.
Yes.
So, you know, I don't know. We'll see when noon comes, if it's where it should be.
You see, this is one of the things that I've been thinking for a long time, Robin, that, sorry, I have to wipe my nose, that Australia is not here. Australia's here, or at least Sydney is here.
Or further over. It would have been good if we had somebody from New Zealand, because
We did. We had somebody just 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago.
to give their solar noon.
Yes, they were trying to. They were in Auckland.
They should be giving it right now, according to time and date.
Yeah. But they gave it at 11 a.m. was when the sun was directly due north to them.
And that was when?
At 12 a.m. So an hour and 20 minutes ago.
Okay, then that means New Zealand is a lot.
New Zealand
is a lot further over.
Which is what I've been saying all along.
It's starting to prove really useful.
Yeah, see, because right now it's supposed to be noon at New Zealand, solar noon, right now. According to time and date, it should be directly at noon.
Yes. So, but it was noon an hour ago, which means it's further over. So
what was the angle?
North, due north, directly north.
Right, but do they have the angle of elevation?
Oh, did they have it? No, they didn't. They didn't. There were no shadows for them to see.
But at least they got noon.
Yes.
That means that New Zealand is probably about 15 degrees further out, further east.
Yes, and so it's Australia.
It sort of goes a long way to prove that nothing on the globe is where it's supposed to be or said to be.
Or
exactly.
Yes,
or
or the Gleasons. These two land masses, so Australia and New Zealand, are here.
And it also, I think it means that Australia is further west or further east.
Sorry, guys, we've got Teresa Gordon who's just joined us. Teresa, could you tell us your time and location, just in case we lose you straight away?
Oh no! I didn't even look at the time.
It's 21 past the hour. 21 past the hour.
It's 7:21. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It is 7:21, and it's Galveston, Texas, and it's a sunset. I don't know if you can see it.
Sunset, yes. Do you know what the azimuth
Turn your
is?
camera 90 degrees so it's horizontal. See if that works.
Say that again.
Would you turn your phone horizontal rather than vertical?
Here.
That's it.
Perfect.
Wait a minute.
No, the other way.
See, what we're trying to do, Teresa, pretty as you are, is film the sun.
Okay. Let's see.
And then you can turn your phone so it's horizontal as opposed to vertical. Perfect. Well done. Brilliant. And then just once more, then it'll be a good example to everyone else who joins us. Can you just tell us once more your time and your location? Now we've got the sun in shot.
Okay, it was 7:22 in Galveston, Texas, looking west. And there's a lot of clouds over there, so you can't even see the sun right now. You can just see it bouncing off the top of those clouds.
And what you're doing right now, Teresa, is perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
We can see the bright spot. So that's where it is.
Hey, Teresa, it's Patricia. How's Texas doing?
Still high.
How are you? hot, I'm sure.
It's getting better though. It's getting better.
Good.
It's a little windy right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's
Yeah.
a little breezy up. It's always breezy up here though. I went ahead and went to the top floor. I'm on the 11th floor, so I'm pretty high up.
Awesome. You've got a great spot.
Nathan, do you realize that we've just totally busted timeanddate.com with what the guy from New Zealand was saying earlier? So that was Mark from Auckland, who was saying, okay, right now, just before they shift the times, okay, we're 11 hours difference, then we'll be 12 for a short while, then we'll go back to 11, okay? So because he was live with us and we saw what time his noon was, okay, and now we've just heard from Sydney what time their noon is, okay, that this is over here. So I'm putting my finger on Auckland and Sydney. These two areas, people, are over here. Okay.
I got something else on our. I have some more globe jokes for you.
Oh God.
Okay, where my finger is right now, that's where the sun is positioned. Where my other finger is where Galveston, Texas is. And if you notice,
yes,
how far I have to turn to get to Galveston.
Do that again slowly. So
Here's
people, imagine that you're the sun. If you're the sun, you should be able to see. You should be able to see where Robin's other finger is.
There's where the sun is. My other finger is, there's where Galveston, Texas is. So as you can see, here,
That's hilarious.
the sun's position is right there. And that's where Galveston, Texas is. So the Earth is turned directly that direction. And here's Galveston.
Robin, can I be really pedantic? Can I ask you to hold your just one finger on the globe on Galveston, Texas, like this? Just
Okay.
Yes. Now everybody pay attention.
That's how far I have to turn it. That's how far away it is. You can't see my first joint of my finger because that's the position of the sun is right here. If the Earth was pointing directly to the sun, that's where Galveston, Texas would be. And that's like a good 30 degrees more than I have to turn, at least.
That's beyond the curve. 30 degrees beyond the curve.
You can't. The sun can't get there from there. You just can't. You can't shine around a curve.
Especially not direct light. Ah.
That would mean that the sun's rays would be curving around the curve to get where they are.
Yeah,
and that'd be a lot of curve. It's just like, I don't know.
Refraction. It's refraction. You know.
Yeah, really. Yeah, it's what they call mirage.
Yes, that's it. You're not seeing the sun. You're seeing a mirage of the sun.
Well, I'll actually do you one better. We haven't done it this time, but maybe in a future event, we need to see if we can find nautical twilight. Because that's one of the things that I have observed in Seattle during the previous one, is that when there's nautical twilight, where it's just barely getting light, right? The sun is not up, but it's barely light, you know, just that light before dawn. And the sun will cast a shadow in my house at the position where the sun would be if it was on a flat earth. In other words, I will see a shadow. Now, if the sun was over the horizon, even if it was refracting, you could not get the sun to cast a shadow. If it was on a globe. You couldn't do it.
If it was on a globe, it would just be lighting the atmosphere to your east at sunrise.
Right.
That
exactly.
Happen, but that lit atmosphere, that portion of slight blue, wouldn't be reaching your location to the point that it can cast a shadow.
The only thing is, in order to do that, because there's a lot of diffuse light coming in, and you need to do it in places where it's a clear morning where there's not any clouds, because clouds will mess it up too, kind of. But what you need to do is you need to build what they call a double slit type of piece of cardboard with two holes in it, and then like a long piece in the middle, and that will block out enough of the diffuse light that you can actually see the shadow.
Yes, we have Pillbox. Hello, that's a great sun.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
We're doing good. Where are you?
Just north of Mexico, so south of the 33rd parallel, thank God. But I'm facing northwest right now, so it's a nice sunset.
So northwest, what time is it?
5:30 Mountain Standard Time.
5:30. What's your location? A bit more precisely.
You could say near Fort Huachuca, Arizona.
Fort Huachuca.
Yeah, it's like 45 minutes from Tucson, Arizona, just north of Mexico.
Arizona. It's a sunset. Do you want to give your name? You don't have to. I can write Pillbox, but if you want to give your name, then
yeah, you can put MG42 Pillbox as usual. That's what I use. No big deal.
And did you say what time it was?
5:30.
Yeah, 5:30 Mountain Standard Time.
On Mountain Standard. Okay, so you're not on daylight time anymore.
In Arizona, we don't switch off, actually. We always stay the same for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's bizarre. Don't they have cows in Arizona?
That's interesting. They don't have daylight savings.
Weird, huh? Right? Isn't that weird? California has to adjust to us. Yeah. So sometimes California is going to be the same time, and then sometime they're going to be an hour behind us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in Seattle, I'm the same time as you right now.
All of this daylight saving, I'm convinced, is just to hide distance, so people can't establish distance correctly.
Yeah, guaranteed another scam.
Yeah. So how far away do you think you are from actual sunset in terms of time? Half an hour, 20 minutes?
I would say about 45 minutes at least.
Right. Cool.
No chemtrails this part of North America, by the way.
There must be some dignitaries staying around there.
Yeah, there's an intelligence base close by, so we think that's why. They don't want to be messing with the sensitive equipment and all the detection devices. So that's what our assumption is.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna bail, and I just wanted to know before I go: are you doing a high noon thing or solar noon thing tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll try to get involved in that, and if I can set up for my sunrise, I'll try to have that done too. So we'll see you sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, see if you can get an Inclinometer, however.
Yeah, I don't think I can make one tonight per se, but I'll get a protractor somewhere.
But no, thank you, James. You've been a superstar. Your sunset.
Okay, well, like I say, I'll try to tag the sunrise and try to help with the solar noon there.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes,
so I'll watch from the sidelines and let some more sunrises and sets get on here. Y'all enjoy, and great show and great thing you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, James.
Wow, check out that sun from Pillbox when it's in like high res. Awesome.
Yeah. Look at the crepuscular rays.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing it for myself. You actually might get a better view than I can because it actually doesn't show me on my camera what I'm looking at for some reason on these hangouts.
It looks awesome.
Can you see, Pillbox, can you see the crepuscular rays yourself with your naked eye?
Honestly, not very well. They're barely visible. I have to squint and I can kind of see them. So I can see what you're saying, but I cannot see them well, no. Yeah, sometimes the cameras pick up things that we can't. You know, it's too bright for me to look at it.
Yeah, yeah. So because our eyes will adjust and you know blot out subtle things. Like right now, we can see the crepuscular rays pretty well. It looks like a cartoon sun right now.
Does it really? Well, it's for me, it is just a bright white spot, and it's cooking my camera. It feels like it's about 150 degrees. I'm not kidding.
That's cool. It's freaking huge too.
Yeah, it does that. You know, I think it's the optical illusion because, you know, on Stinky Cash's video, he shows it shrinking. So I think if it you know, because of the naked eye, we can't tell that it's actually getting smaller. But of course, once you see an object next to the sun, then you know, it looks bigger than normal, I guess.
I'm thinking, you know how when sometimes you get a moon over houses, and it looks like it's a huge moon, but really it's just a trick of the light. You know, your eyes got houses to compare with the size of the moon, and it exaggerates the actual size of the moon. It's just as big as it would be overhead, but because it's got background for your eyes to compare it with, your eyes exaggerate the size of the moon. I'm wondering if that's what's happening now because we've got a house there, not just the trees, but also a house.
Well, actually, according to the globe, his sun should already be down. There's
Is that
Arizona.
so? Really?
Yeah, there's where the sun is right now, and there's Arizona.
Yeah, doesn't a globe have curves?
I had the camera on M42 pillbox.
Show it again, Robin.
Okay, there's the center of the globe, right? That's where the sun is directly overhead, and here is Arizona. Way over here, that's Arizona. There's the sun directly towards the camera, as if the camera is the sun. And here's Arizona. And I don't care how far away the sun is, if it's 93 trillion miles away, it's still not going to reach Arizona from that position.
And it doesn't show the right angle. I'm looking northwest, and that obviously is looking southwest, actually. So yeah, it's a big problem for the ball.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. So
we just got the last of your sun, Teresa. I've been putting the camera on you periodically. So if you can hear us, I muted you a little bit earlier just to get rid of the wind noise.
Teresa, yes. Teresa, you're muted. You can unmute yourself. No. She's
doing a great job. It's all good.
You uncameraed yourself.
We can hear you now, Teresa.
Okay. Can you see?
No, you need to turn on your camera.
Did I turn it on? Dang it.
No, I'm not seeing anything, Nathan. Now you are.
Am I on now?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
I just reset the camera.
So it's 7:37 here right now, and it's just barely getting ready to get. It's dark behind me, so.
The familiar sounds of sun tracking, wind,
squealing,
screeching feedback. Not yet, but we will, I'm sure.
It sure will happen.
Watching you to find out what we can attack next.
So I've had quite a few globe debunkings already then.
Aye.
No,
Awesome.
we just killed the globe. Globe's dead.
Yeah, I never thought of that, the direction of the sun, because you know, it's obviously going farther north. To the right, it's going to go down to an angle, basically like, you know, a 45-degree angle. It comes up obviously directly east, and it does a half circle. It does a horseshoe, you know, and then it comes down here. So it's going around us. You can clearly just watch it go around us in a circle.
Yeah. But all of us grew up thinking that it was relatively static and we were spinning around like this. It's been there all along. It was there all along for us to see.
Okay, the sun has moved just a little bit, but as you can see, it still doesn't work for Arizona. If I point the sun directly noon, right there, Arizona is way over there, about 30 degrees off.
So again, the sunlight reaching round.
And they should be pointing southwest, not northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do love globe mockery. It's fun.
We've lost your camera, by the way, Teresa. Just so you know, we're down to no cameras of suns at the moment. We've also got a new guest. Era, is it? Oh, there we go. M42 Pillbox. We've got your sun back. Don't know if you want to sort your camera out, buddy. Can't see or hear anything from you at the minute. I'll present you as soon as you've got your stuff working. Ah, there we go, Teresa. That's much better. Beautiful.
Wow, Teresa, how high are you?
I think she's on the 8th floor. I think she said.
I guess it only takes 8 floors. See the flat Earth?
No, I'm on the 11th floor.
Do we need to show this person in broadcast?
Can you hear me?
Not really. They've got nothing to show us yet, Robin.
Yeah.
So
yes, we can hear you, Teresa.
I was saying I'm on the 11th floor.
11th.
Yeah.
So who's that's just joined that's not presenting?
they're asking if they can hang out without a camera. No, it's a sun event.
Yeah, sorry, we need to leave spots open for people who will come on and show the sun.
Yep, to the cliffs. Sorry.
Okay, guys, I'm going to have to sign out because my phone's getting ready to die, but there you go.
Well, thank you very much.
Proud. Thank you ever so much, Teresa.
Good job, Teresa.
Thank you. Have a good night, all.
See you later. Hopefully we'll see you a bit later on for a sun up from you. We'll never know. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, great job. That's exactly what we want, people to tune in with the sun, see it disappear. Same with it coming. If you can tune in the darkness and actually show your sun arrive from darkness, that's the ideal for a sunrise.
Well, so far we've gotten some pretty interesting information.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope we get some proper sunrises. So although we had the lady tune in from Jakarta, obviously the sun was already up.
Yeah, if we do get any, it's going to be from the Middle East, I think, or maybe Thailand. I'm going to see what's going on with Nick. I'm going to try and wake Nick up.
What about the Aussies? Shouldn't they be getting a sunrise in an hour or so, or when do they get it?
No, they've got it already. It's almost midday too. It's midday.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. Okay.
So what's happening? So Pillbox, so the sun's here, and Australia's already at midday, and New Zealand had midday more than an hour ago, an hour and 40 minutes ago. So Australia and New Zealand, they're over here. Okay, I don't know if you can see the map where I'm showing on the map.
Yeah, I can see it. Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
So Sydney and Auckland are here. That's what. So basically, the place is distributed more like an artist would distribute the land masses, you know, and you think, you know, this consciousness has got to have some aesthetic quality to it. I mean, look at trees and birds and things.
Well, that's why I think it's going to be showing up more like a Triskelion, one of the ancient symbols.
Oh, hey, Robin, Patricia stands on the Triskelion in the center of Stockport. We have a central point in Stockport with a Triskelion on the floor, on the ground.
Yeah. There's a very ancient symbol, and it's everywhere. It's all, you know, you find it all over the world, this Triskelion. And my theory is that the continents are actually laid out in a kind of Triskelion.
Yes. We totally agree on that.
That's why I think South America should be more west than it is.
So you think, let me just show, you think this area here?
Yeah, it should be more west. And it
should be more oriented this way.
No, not east, west, further west.
West, this way.
Yeah, and the tip should be curling more west as well.
Yeah. So
no, instead of curling east, yeah.
Yeah, everything has been distorted. Everything that we see on this map or any map has been distorted. Everything, where the tropics are, where the latitudes, the longitudes, everything is off. Everything. So the size of the Arctic Circle, that's off. Everything is off. It's approximately roughly around there, but all of it's off, and there's no reason for it to be off. Everything could be very precisely marked.
Well, and the other thing too is, you know, they use these time zones to confuse us, but you cannot argue with where the sun is in the sky.
Yes.
It doesn't, the sun is its own clock, so you can't argue with it. And
well,
that's why.
This is what they've done. This is the shifting of the times. If you run your time by the sun, then you've got a permanent timepiece. But when they say, "Oh no, now it's an hour ahead,"
yeah,
it's like what? So they detach you from the real world, from your link to nature, from your actual experience of reality. They say, "Oh no, now it's 4." Like yesterday, this time it was 5, but now it's 4. Or, you know, yesterday it was 5, now it's 6, or whatever. Just disjoint you from your experience of reality. Nathan, let me ask you a question. Who do you have moderating the chat?
ADR's in there at the minute. Be Here and Love's also in there.
All right, cool.
I'm keeping an eye on your hand.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong or anything. It's just earlier somebody put in an objection. It was a kind of valid objection, even though it was a gibberish Earth, globe Earth thing. And I saw the comment disappear. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it would be better to leave that up, to leave that kind of comment up, and have people respond to it, actually correct that person's thinking, because that person is just believing the globe and ignoring what's actually being shown by Robin.
Yeah, I agree, and it's one of those, I think the chat is overly moderated, but by the same token, I want to keep it clean, and Tony Russo, I tend to trust his judgment.
Yeah. Me too, but that Be Here and Love, no. I say, having spoken to her last night. We have Persian Scribe. I want to say this. Persian Scribe sent me a book, and we're going to be reading. Patricia's going to be reading it. First, she's going to read it to me, which is great. And then she's going to read it out to people. And Persian Scribe has said that, yeah, we're welcome to do it. It's a flat earth fiction. The first bona fide flat earth fiction that's written as a flat earth fiction. So there you go. That's it. The Last Adventures of Captain Vanetti.
Cool. I'm just setting up my camera for my sunrise a little bit later. So you have to excuse me if I'm not chatting too much. I'm still watching what's on the camera and such.
Yeah, Arizona is starting to go down now.
Yeah.
And let me just check time and date. I'm recycling time and date for the sun position about every 15 minutes here or so. But let me just recycle. Oh, it's not, hasn't moved that much. So.
Pillbox, what time is it in Arizona right now?
5:48.
Okay.
So it hasn't been but what 20 minutes since I got on here, so it's moving quick. It's not going to be up for another 20 minutes probably. So 45 maybe from the beginning.
And according to the globe, that's if this was the sun directly pointing towards the camera, that's where the sun position is. His sun should already be down.
So what does it say on timeanddate.com, Robin? Because I have suncal.org.
Well, time and date will give you the actual position of the sun overhead, and it's showing it off the coast of oh, what is that? I have to get out my glasses. I can't read my own globe. It's basically off the coast of Indonesia.
Yeah,
I think is what it is. Yeah, Papua New Guinea. Yeah. It's like just off the coast of Papua New Guinea.
Oh, yeah, nice. Papua New Guinea, the land of the lost. So it's above there now? What time is it there?
Yeah, it's noon there. Okay.
Well, now, now, what time is it in Australia?
I don't know.
Because that's what I want to compare.
Would
it be later or would it be earlier?
This is where the sun is right now on the globe. And here's New Mexico. Oops. Yeah, New Mexico. The globe, the sun is directly overhead here, and New Mexico is already over the horizon line, over the terminator line. And I don't care how far away the globe is. I can hold it way back here, right? I point it directly at the camera. It's still over the terminator line.
Yeah, I'm north of the equator. So if there was a light terminator line, where would it end? Well, that's the other thing too. I mean, these people don't believe in sunsets anyway. They believe in terminator lines, which we don't see. We see a localized light coming from here, and it's not as bright here because it's not a terminator line. You see, so we're talking about fictional ideas of the heliocentric model anyway. There's no such thing as a terminator line.
If I was to find a terminator line, it'd be somewhere about right here, which would put it like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, or like on the just off the. Oh, it's right here is where the terminator line would be. Not way, or like here. So it would be off the coast of California is where the sun should be setting, not in the middle of New Mexico, in the middle of Arizona.
Yeah. Oh, we have Bob and Cami.
Bob and Cami?
Hi, they're going to show us. Yes, I'm showing you.
Okay, cool. Oh, that's on Cami's phone. That's odd. I couldn't join it on mine, but here, I'm going to hand it to Cami. I'm going to try and join on mine.
Okay.
That's so weird. It kept saying a call is ended.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bizarre.
So, Robin, how close are you to your sunset?
Oh, let's see. I kept the blinds closed because it gets really glary in here. But oh, it's still sitting about maybe 20 degrees above the horizon line, 20, 25 degrees above the horizon.
It's just I asked because I think Bob is relatively close to you in longitude, is he not?
In longitude, yeah, but not in latitude.
Oops, he's no, I know. They've just dropped. Oh dear.
No,
they've just joined a different phone.
Yeah.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so we're in Denver. Sunset is at 6:59 p.m., which is just in a few minutes. But as you can see, we have a whole bunch of clouds west toward the mountains. And you really can't see much of the sunset.
Yeah, your sunset should already be down if you lived on a globe.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I don't live on a globe.
Do you have your azimuth, Bob?
Yes, actually, the sun right now is at about 268, and it's supposed to be at 271 when it sets.
I'll see you closer to Aurora. I said a minute earlier here.
It's okay. So yeah, we're basically off of I-70 and Tower Road in Denver, on the east side of Denver.
On the globe, this is how far over the horizon they are.
Yeah.
It's like not even, it's a long way. But if you look on the flat Earth map, they're right here, and the sun is right here. So guess what? It's almost directly west of them, which works really well.
What time is it for you, Bob?
What time is it? 6:54 p.m.
Cool. So, what we've seen already, what Robin has shown, by showing where the sun is, and the fact that we had somebody from Auckland, New Zealand, at just under 2 hours away, and it was close to their solar noon 2 hours ago. We also had somebody from Sydney, I think it was about half an hour ago, who was close to their solar noon. Is that Sydney and New Zealand are further over, like we've been freaking saying, because, well, the land's, you know, the designer has got an aesthetic eye, or an aesthetic mind if it doesn't have eyes. Oh, that's freaky. A designer with no eyes.
Yeah, just for data purposes for you guys, our longitude is 104.5646, and our latitude is 39.754454.
Jesus, how precise are you expecting us to be?
Oh, I'm sorry. And the longitude is negative 104.773. Sorry about that. Might help I give you the right longitude, right?
Yes. Now, do you know what?
So that's about as precise as we can get.
As we
with our ELORAN system.
As we continue doing these, people are going to get more savvy. So they're going to be able to work out the elevation or the altitude to the sun, their height from sea level, the longitude, latitude, like you've just shown, and eventually we'll be making these so tight and precise that we'll be able to locate exactly where all of the land masses are in respect to the sun, and it's going to be freaking awesome.
Yeah, it is. That's going to be really cool.
Yeah.
So let's see, what time is it?
57.
So yeah,
right now.
2 minutes. Yeah, about 1.5 minutes till official sunset here, and it's,
And the
it's still,
direction is due west, did you say? Or pretty much west?
well, time and date says that it's supposed to be at 271. However, our compass apps that we're seeing are showing it at about 269 to 270 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So not too far off.
It's pretty close, yeah.
Well, and see, that's the thing is it looks like the United States on the AE map is where it's pretty close to where it's supposed to be. If we, like Denver is basically kind of in the geographic middle of the United States. So it's about right here, or slightly west of middle. And the position of the sun is right here on the equator. So, and they say it's due west. Well, if they look straight out due west, they hit the sun pretty closely. on the AE map. So the United States may not be too far off from where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I would imagine that the U.S. would be about as close as any place in the world.
But it's certainly
for
closer
obvious
to the
reasons.
UK.
Yeah.
No, the UK is off. There's something wrong there on the map.
It's totally off. And Spain and Europe and Denmark, all of the European countries in this region, they're all completely off. Like really
We
off.
have a new guest. So Robert, can you tell us where you are and what your time is?
Robert J. Morris here. I just want to say first, thank you guys so much for doing this. It's really a good pleasure. This definitely isn't Tim Osmond, but this is Denver here. We definitely have a sun going down on the planet Earth, and I appreciate you guys doing it to prove the ball of Earth again. Thank you.
And you're where in Denver?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's cool, because that's where Bob and Cammy are.
No way.
Yeah.
Bob's out here in Denver with Tim Osmond. No fuck. Oh, excuse my language. What's up, Bob? We should go have a brew sometime, man.
So, how are you liking your distant sun on this flat plane?
Oh, it's definitely proven the ball Earth, guys. I'm really glad you guys do this because we're going to look at the Himawari and kind of just fact check and double check to see what's going on here.
Oh, you're going to fact check CGI?
Well, if it's CGI that's accurate, then we might want to question if it's CGI or not, yeah.
Well, how would you know if it was accurate, if it was CGI?
Well,
You'd
we're
have to
getting
have
some people from all across the world showing their sunsets and sun up, so that's definitely
Exactly
going to
like we're doing. That's how you get something accurate, by having people actually doing observations rather than maths.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Next you guys got to do star trails.
No, we'll be doing the moon next, because if you want to describe the shape of your living room, there's no point in describing what's out of your window. You describe what's in your living room.
I heard you say that earlier, Antonio.
It was cool, huh?
It proves the flat Earth. We both know it just proves the flat Earth. I'm sorry.
It was pretty cool, though, huh?
It was a fun idea.
Yeah.
Colorado.
So how do you explain the sun being way beyond the curve?
Way beyond the curve? It's a very big...
Yeah, way beyond the curve. Like, I don't know.
I don't know what that means.
Sun is, and here's Colorado.
Can you see what Robin's showing?
Here's where the sun is,
Uh-huh.
and here's Colorado. So if I
Right.
point the sun directly at you, that's like the sun is directly in line with the camera. And here's Colorado around the globe.
Yeah, it's perfectly halfway across, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's way beyond halfway across.
There's the position of the sun on the globe.
Can you see how you can't see her finger?
But we must remember that the AE map is just a squashed globe. So
No,
really
the globe is a distorted
showing the
map.
globe. Here's my globe mockery. Here's the position of the sun according to time and date. And here's where Colorado is, beyond the terminator line. It's noon at this position right here on the sun. Directly overhead, right here, on the equator, just off the coast of Papua New Guinea. And
So maybe the
here's,
sun's further than they say.
yeah,
Oh no! Robin! Yeah, Robin, would you show that again? I've got a question.
it's 30 degrees around. I mean, let's see, here we go. Papua New Guinea, just off the coast. I just verified this a minute ago on time and date.
Okay, so your index finger is on where the sun is directly overhead.
Right, so if I point the globe directly overhead, that's where the sun is, directly overhead.
Turn it just slightly. Wait. Robin, make it so that your finger is right in the center of the globe as you're presenting it.
Yeah.
A little bit more. There. But wait a minute. I can't see your other finger, the one that's on Denver.
Yeah, it's over here.
Good Lord. How can that be happening, hey Tim?
You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Yeah, you have got it all wrong. Can you see how you can't see her finger, which is on Denver?
There's Denver. And this is where the sun is directly overhead. So I'm pointing it to the camera just like it was the sun. And I can back it up, I don't care how far.
Oh, it's gravity. No, yeah, that's what it is.
I don't care how far away I get. You still can't see Denver, Colorado if the sun is directly overhead, right here. You just can't do it. You can't do it.
But Robin, really, have you got a magical left hand index finger? Because I can't see it.
Well, can't you see through the globe?
No. Good. How is this happening? What magic is
Maybe
this?
Maybe if I back up to 93 trillion miles, do you think that will work?
Yeah. No.
No.
No. Ah. Thanks, Robin. We have Robert. Robert, you're muted.
Oh yeah, it's me, Tim Osmond again.
Oh, hello, Tim.
No, this is the account I was on.
So, dude, what's happening? Come on, you just saw that the sun is way beyond the globe.
No, I don't think that you understand exactly. It's
no,
it's
I understand
gravity.
It. Yeah, wait. Is gravity forcing the sun to kind of bend round?
Yes.
Oh, right, I see. That's brilliant.
No, we'll get to the bottom of this. Don't worry. We got the top mind.
We will. We've already established. Hey, it's really cool, Tim. We've established that New Zealand and Australia are much closer to the US and to the Americas than they are to Africa. Much closer to America than they are to Africa. Kind of equidistant between the two, actually.
I'd really like to see what they get out of South America, if we can get somebody to report from South America.
Yes.
Most flat Earth models are saying that the sun is, what, 1,000, 3,000 miles away. I mean, do we really expect it to be able to be seen all across Earth, no matter what shape it is?
Yeah, pretty much about 3,000 miles up, and you see it up to about 7,000 miles away. So if you picture a radius around yourself of 3.14 miles, okay, or even if you want to be more relaxed and call it 4 or 5 miles, okay, and this is the radius between you and the perimeter of your horizon, okay, that's where your horizon is, something 3,000 miles high above you, moving away will seem to get closer to the horizon, just like a plane does that's flying level as it flies over your head. And once it's 7,000 miles away, 7,000 miles away, it looks like it's touching the horizon and going beyond, just like a plane flying level over the flat Earth.
Oh, one more thing about this magical globe. Okay, if the sun is overhead here, right, then the direction of the sun should be southwest.
Yes.
And it's not. The sun is due west. So if you go to the AE map, going on the AE map, here's Colorado. Here's the position of the sun at this time, and it's almost directly west. If you draw a line through the United States directly west, you get almost to where the sun is.
Yes, you see, you have these lines, the circular lines, okay, or the lines of latitude. They tell you which way west is. So if you want to do something like, say, grab a ruler like this, and I hope you can see this well enough. I don't know if you can see it, but from, say, here, okay, if I put,
Colorado.
If I put,
they're right. Colorado's almost in the geographical center of the United States.
Okay, so if I put this here, okay, like this is pointing west along this circle. That's west. Anything from here that way is west. And guess where the sun is? That way, west. In fact, eventually it gets to be northwest. So, and that's what happens as the sun goes round, it gets further north. Like we saw when David Weiss showed his sun, he showed the sunset, and after it had gone down, you could still see it visible, the glare from the sun over the equator, over the horizon, crawling to the north. And that's what was happening. The sun was crawling towards his north.
And on the globe, it would be in the direction southwest.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, it's still very light in Denver. I mean, it's brighter than twilight, but the sun has gone down behind the mountains, so we're going to cut out and go back to the house.
Cool.
Nice, Bob.
All right.
Are you
Well,
are you in a car or are you on your cool motorbike?
We're actually we're just off I-70 in Tower. We found a place where we could get a good view to the west, but like I said, it's all clouds to the west. So you know, all you can see is the mountains and a bunch of clouds there.
How did you get there, Bob?
Oh, we drove over here.
So you didn't go on your bike. I just wanted to know what level of jealousy I should have towards you. If you were in your motorbike, it would be at maximum. But right now, it's kind of mediocre, so it's okay.
No. We brought the car. The Harley's in the garage. Would have been a good idea, though. All right. I'll see you back at the house.
Have a good one, Bob.
All right.
See you later.
Hey, Nathan and Antonio, I appreciate you guys having me on. You guys are cool.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. One day you'll get better.
I got globe fever, man. I got globe fever.
Yes, it's pervasive. Oh, we have someone new. Oh. Nathan, do you want to see? Hey, what the hell's this? Why am I doing most of the stuff here? It's not even my hangout.
It's not mine either. Don't worry.
I'm supposed to be the one on duty, but
my camera's off. I just noticed my camera's off. It's been off for ages.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, no.
Wow. Thanks for letting me know.
Oh, I thought you knew. I thought you were sorting your camera out, Nathan, for the morning shot, you said.
So it's your hangout, isn't it, Nathan, right now?
It's technically Robin's. We just haven't done a handover yet.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to stay, though. I mean, to be honest, I'm liking the way it's happening because you are taking charge of actually talking and discussing globe stuff. I'm just taking charge of whose camera's on and stuff. So I'm quite happy to carry on if you're happy, Robin.
Oh, I enjoy the globe mockery.
Brilliant. I enjoy operating the cameras.
Well, yeah,
cool. I don't know if you can hear us, new guest, but we can't see you or hear you as yet.
You need to unmute your mic.
Ian.
Just for anybody watching while our new guest is doing that, when you join, you are hidden from the public. So when you unmute, if you can talk to us, the people who are watching live, they can't hear you. So it'll be a slightly strange conversation for anyone watching, but we just want to establish that you're not about to blast our ears with screaming as we had earlier. But fortunately for the public, they didn't. So yeah, we just try and establish that you're not a troll. Then normally the way to do that is to show straight away your son. That's the easiest way of proving you're not a troll. Just point your camera at your son as soon as you turn it on. Then we'll know you're not trolling us.
Or jump on, say, hi guys, can you hear me? We'll say, yeah. And you say, can I show my son? And then we say, sure. And we display you. That's it. It's kind of easy. We just had somebody waiting here. Nathan was talking to them. And instead of actually speaking back to us or showing their son, they dropped. So that person could have wanted to disrupt things, or maybe they just, made a mistake. But
I'd rather try and communicate with them because often people from the last time tried 3 or 4 times to join and just had technical issues. So I'd rather be persistent with these people and give them, several opportunities because they're not being broadcast. So we've got to kind of hold off immediately presenting them just to see what they show, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Cool. So, anybody want to give us a roundup? We're into hour 3 now.
Well. It's a damn good show.
Well, the thing I liked was the thing about New Zealand where they said that they had their solar noon and it was like an hour too early.
Yes, that was interesting.
So it's like, I said, well, wait a minute. They said an hour ago that it was noon, and I'm looking at time and date, and they're saying that it's exactly noon over New Zealand right now.
Hey, Robin, will you clarify something for Sean Hufford, who says, just to point out, West as defined as 90 degrees left of north. 90 degrees left of north from Denver on the A. Gleason's map does not point to New Zealand or Australia.
Yeah, okay. Let me, I have a ruler too, so I'm just going to show it. Basically, because west is a circle on the globe, what you have to do, if you have ever studied geometry, is you will take a tangent line orthogonal to the circle as it passes Denver. So in other words, at Denver, west would be at a tangent to this circle right here, or the circle of the globe. So as you can see, it's pointing off over the east, over Australia, New Zealand, and that area.
So Robin, actually, what you're showing right now, I think where the ruler is on your left hand, I think that's the center of Australia.
Yeah. Yes, that's, well, no, it should be right here. So all this bit should be like right in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because earlier we had Sydney and it was noon in Sydney. So, and that was earlier. So, yeah, I think what you're showing right now on your left, where the ruler is on the same latitude as Australia, give or take, that Australia should be centered around your ruler. So the ruler should be around the center, around Canberra, not Canberra.
This right here should be, because the sun is at this position, just off the coast of Papua New Guinea. Right? So this piece should be here.
Yeah.
If I take the proper tangent, it looks like I'm pretty close. I mean, I'm not super accurate. I didn't take like a really good tangent, but I think it looks, yeah. So this would be this piece right here, just like maybe where Sydney is, should be right here. Like right here, that piece where just a little east or west of Sydney should be right here. Can you see that? Isn't it too glary?
No, it's good. I think it would be just past the bottom of your ruler, but that's, you know, apples and oranges, just because it was noon.
This way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just basically add 30 degrees latitude.
Yeah. So what Sean Hufford was saying is that because there's the distortion with a map, with the Gleason, with any flattened Earth map, you have to work at right angles from the latitudes, from the longitudes, in order to figure out east and west. So, and this will mean that immediately left and right of the latitude line, longitude line, immediately left and right will look fine. But the further you move across from that point,
yes,
you're still pointing west, okay, or east, but it will look like it's crossing across lots of other lines, just like on the globe, okay? But with the globe, people don't do this. People don't bother checking on a globe. They check on a flattened map from an atlas.
Yes.
And they say, oh, yes, it makes perfect sense. But in the real world, it doesn't at all. Like Martin showed earlier, when it was sunrise in Jakarta, then it was sunset in New York.
Now, but to be fair, you know, that was just a very rough estimate. So it could be anywhere between 25 to 35 degrees off. So I'm not, you know, because it's just very, I tried to get the tangent line perfect, but, you know, I mean, we're dealing with huge scale there. So. Hello, Felix.
How you doing, Felix?
Can you hear me
Yeah.
okay? Okay. I'm sorry I didn't have the information earlier where I was exactly. Okay, I'll let you know. I was at 4192 north, 8459 west. The sunset was at 7:34 p.m. The last light occurred at 8:01. Location of the sunset, west northwest directly at elevation 1,060 feet. Did you get that down?
Did you get all that, Antonio?
No, sorry, you're gonna have to.
You ready?
Yes.
All right, you tell
It's
me
on the
when you're ready.
broadcast. This is why we do it live. So
Okay.
I heard every word, so it is here,
Yes.
even though it's not written down. That's
And I have-
secondary. So thank you. Wonderful.
I have. The time earlier was 6:20 p.m. and you were in Michigan.
No, it wasn't 6:20. It was 18:20.
Oh, come on.
Well, that's
We're not
military
in the
time.
military. We are not in the military, and we are
I'm
not.
with you, man. 1820. If everybody gave it in 24 hours, I'd be really happy with that. Much better. Yeah, 1820.
Whatever. Michigan.
You may not be in the military, but I was, so I'm used to that.
Yes. So, Felix, you were in Michigan, were you not?
Yes, I was in southern Michigan, about 10 miles north of Ohio. And if I would have gone a little bit further southwest, I would have been in Indiana.
Right. Cool. And it was your sunset. And what were the other details you had?
Okay. The civil twilight, the last light, about the time I rolled up in the driveway was 8:01. You want the latitude is 41.92 degrees north.
Yeah.
84.59 degrees west.
Brilliant. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that, with my phone, and it's just a
Whoa,
cheap
don't
little cell
apologise.
phone.
Don't
No.
apologise. You're brilliant. Don't apologise at all.
I've got badass cameras, but it's a cell phone, so it's
Luckily,
the best I could do.
Yeah, luckily we had TJ and Mark and James. One of them could translate for you because we couldn't pick up your audio, but he could. So that was pretty cool.
That was
I don't know why I didn't pick up the audio. There was cars going by. 4 cars stopped and asked me if I needed help along the side of Highway 99.
That should fill you with happiness, because people think this is a dark world where people just want to murder you. But no.
Well, I live way out in the in the boonies here with lots of farms and forests, and people are very kind.
Yes.
They leave their car keys in the car or their truck while they go into the store and leave the car running in the winter.
Selfish.
Well,
so I just had to say that.
Well, I'm from Detroit. I would have had a lot of trucks and cars by now. But I don't think that way anyway. But yes, people are very, very kind, and I'm glad they did stop,
Yeah, good.
But yeah, I just wanted to clarify that up and let you know where I was, and so you could correlate that information together.
We've
All
got
right,
them.
well,
We've got it. I've jotted down your details, all the extra details. So thank you very much.
you're very welcome. It's been fun to participate, and I shall try and log in tomorrow and hope everything works better. I don't know what I can improve, but if you can't hear me talk, I will just text in where I was and the location.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea because here in the hangout you have the text box. So if we can't hear you and you say where you are and details. I mean, if you're at home, we already have your home details anyway. So
Right. Well, I rewound what we did earlier so I could see like how it came out, and there were parts where you could like see my car door, and I was actually trying to get onto a map so I could find my latitude and longitude, but then no one could hear me.
yeah,
So what I'll do is I'll text it in because I can only see like one screen at a time on my phone.
So tomorrow, if you try to get dawn or, sunrise or solar noon, will you be doing it from home?
I will probably go out. I know I can see the sunrise very, very well just out on Main Street. So I'll probably catch it from Main Street, and I will do solar noon from my own yard, probably from my flat roof.
Cool. Cool. Well, I think your the transmission should be fine. I think it might have been because there were so many people in the hangout, but also that you were traveling, so the satellites can't keep track of everything.
Well, there's not a lot of towers. I had to I saw a tower as I was driving because I was really looking for an opening. You guys were right. She's looking for an opening, but we can't hear her.
Yeah.
And I was looking for an opening. And so I had found an opening and I just stopped there where I might have found a better spot, but hey, you only got so much time.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Especially when you're chasing the sun, like you were.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I got it to like 80 miles an hour. So anyway, yeah, you could drive like that here. It's like Audubon. Watch out for deer. Yeah, I'll be doing the other two in the morning and in the afternoon. And like Robin said, so I stuck a stick out up on the roof, and I find like absolutely where there's no shadow, and also my chimney will reflect this that there's no shadow, and I've got high noon. So I'm not sure about my phone. I may have to put like a filter or some sunglasses over so I don't burn out my sensor.
Yeah, but you don't. I mean, as long as you show it, if you make there are different ways of checking the sun's altitude without actually looking at it. You can look at the shadow, or you can make an inclinometer, I think it's pronounced.
Inclinometer, yeah.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Use those in astrology. They're accurate. Like if I was on my roof and I could actually see the sun going down. But being said, I was in a very hilly area where, when the sun was setting, where the difference could be 200 feet, another 100 feet up, another
Yeah.
300 feet, and then you just have layers upon layers, and it's like being in the mountains, on the dark side of the mountain at that point.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say sunset or sundown time if you're on the east side of a mountain.
Yeah.
It's dark all day, right?
Yeah.
So these are things that we know when we're locating. So I just left it on as long as I could. I have other cameras that, if I was to mess with the filter a little bit and drop it down, you just see that sun go away into a little tiny dot.
Yeah.
So,
People don't like seeing that.
oh, it embarrasses them.
Yeah. Yes. You go, no. Yeah. Oh, well, hey, I don't know if you saw, we had a visit from Tim Osman.
Oh, really? No, I must have missed it.
Yeah, same time as Bob, and he was in Denver too, which is where Bob and Cammy were. So,
I'll have to rewind the feed and check it out.
oh yeah, Robin was showing him how far beyond the curve the sun was showing its light. Because it was Denver, and the sun's over Papua New Guinea, like way beyond the curve. But hey, yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's where the sun is. But it was basically the same area, not too far off. And here's where Denver is. So if I point it directly at the camera to show the sun overhead, right? Look at how far around Denver is.
Robin, you're cracking me up. You just keep handling that ball and hugging it and stuff.
Yes, I know. Globe mockery. I like globe mockery. I never get tired of showing how it doesn't work.
All right. Well, it's been great chatting with you guys, and you have my location, and it might vary by a little bit tomorrow, because I won't be near Pioneer, Ohio, but I'll be in my own backyard. So it's been great chatting with you guys, and thanks. Talk soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
God bless. Love.
Bye.
Bye.
Cool stuff. Let's plug the show. So what we're doing is tracking the sun on a Flat Earth Live, and what we are inviting people to do is share with us their pre-dawn sunrise or sunset, or if you've gone to the trouble of figure out exactly what time it is, your solar noon. So if you wanted to actually do this there and then, you would have to figure out roughly when your solar noon is, put a giant stick in the ground, and then mark out with little pebbles where the shadow lies, and when it reaches its shortest point, that would be your solar noon. So if you can go to the trouble of setting that up before you share solar noon, otherwise it's pretty much all for nothing. It's a very vague concept of where it may be if you don't. Nonetheless, sunrises and sunsets should be a lot more simplistic for anybody to share. There is a link in the description below this video if you want to join from there, or if you've requested a link to the show, you should have had it emailed. I've been checking on my emails, making sure that anybody who's saying they haven't had it has had it resent. I've tried on several occasions to join with my own phone and can't, which is a little bit strange, but I'll keep plugging away to see if I can figure out what's going on there. Other people have joined periodically, so I'm sure that people can join even if I can't join to share my own sunrise, which is a little frustrating. But yeah, hopefully we'll get some UK participants that do actually share their pre-dawn sunrises with us.
Hey, Nathan, it's just dawned on me that with the sun being about here, it should be around about the teleportation twilight zone portals of the diamond map, where it kind of disappears from here and reappears exactly here. Disappears.
I did invite Ronnie or Event Skeptic to be a channel manager to do this show, so I mean, I'm all for people coming along and proving it. If he wanted to come along and prove it, I think.
Yeah. I mean, if they can prove that it disappears here and reappears exactly here, and that means it's gone through a portal, then the more the merrier. I say mockingly.
I think it's interesting that Australia appears to be a lot further east than it is.
Well, Robin, if you think about it, the size of all of this area, Eurasia, in real terms, in terms of actual square acreage, this area is just under twice the size of this. In real terms, you know, in actual, you know, land surveying and allotting of space and property. So this is twice, just under twice the size of this in the real world. Now, you can't just spread this out this way because you'd be pushing the US towards Europe. So the only way to make it bigger in the real world is to make it bigger downwards towards the equator. Now, if you're pushing this down towards the equator, which we had confirmed by people in Thailand, Phuket Word confirmed that the sun was at a different elevation to what it should have been, then you can't push. If you push this down to adjust and make this twice, just under twice the size of Africa, you can't just push Australia towards Antarctica.
That's true. That's true because, for instance, here's where Nick is, right?
Yeah.
And he said that the sun was directly overhead during the sun tracking event, but that would have put him lower in the Asian continent. He would have been further south.
That's it. He would have been almost under the equator, which goes with the vegetation of Thailand too. You see?
Correct.
Yeah. So if he's under the equator, if he's on the equator, then this landmass has moved down. And if the coastline, if people want to think in terms of coastline, all of the Indian, Thai, all Chinese coastline, all of this going further down towards the equator, you can't just leave Australia there because the land masses will be getting too close together for any globe trickery to be able to happen. So what they've done is they've made this smaller and pulled Australia over. If you reverse engineer what they've done, you make this bigger and pull Australia over this way, because you can't push Australia towards Antarctica. It will get too cold to be the kind of desert that it is. So if you push this down, the only option is to move Australia further towards the Americas. That's the only option. And that's what we've just had confirmed from New Zealand and from Sydney. We've actually had people confirming this in the real world.
Go wake Nick up so we can get an observation from Thailand.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to go mute whilst I do that.
I'm hoping someone will join, because as I say, I've now tried on several different devices to join the show. Bit weird.
No, one of the things that would do, what he's saying is that Australia would be further over this way, and this would all be pushed down further. And the other thing is, I'm not so sure that this area is so small in here. The North Pole area may be pushed out a little bit more as well.
Yes, exactly. I've been thinking the same thing, Robin, because you could, to make this its actual size, you wouldn't be able to just leave this tiny little circle like this and push it down, because if you only did that of pushing this down, then you'd have discrepancies in terms of sideways distance versus down distance. So some of this must come over this way. This goes down and this comes over this way. But because the United States is an actual landmass, it would encroach. So the only rational thing is for the Arctic Circle, the ocean here in the center, to be bigger, which gives more northern coastline to Russia and gives more space for the western coast of China to be located on a physical place.
Well, I think
remember,
it's also interesting that the United States, or North America, is kind of where it should be based on our sun tracking observations. So everything would kind of push out from that point, perhaps.
yes. Well, we have to think of who it is that's been establishing things for the past, let's say 100 years. Let's conservatively 100 years, 50 years for sure. For the last 50 years, in terms of information and data gathering, it's been the United States.
Yes, exactly. The USGS, the U.S. Geodetic Survey has been like the world kind of leader in map making. So,
yeah. We have Stephen. Stephen, you're muted.
He's just setting up, actually, Antonio. So,
all right, okay.
He's just setting up to capture his sunrise.
Cool.
Every time somebody shows their sunrise, sunset, or noon, we learn something new.
Yes.
Now I've just tried to join on my wife's phone, and it won't let me either. Seriously.
Well, it might be that you're joined in as 3 different people already.
No, I'm signed into my wife's account's completely separate, nothing to do with me. She's gone to the trouble of signing into a Google Plus account to be able to join. It just will not let me. Cannot open the page. Safari cannot open the page because the address is invalid.
Well, while we're waiting for Stephen to set up his camera, I was wondering if I could go over this idea of the Triskelion Earth, which we had talked about before. Let me just grab a piece of paper here. And I don't know if anybody's ever seen the flag of the Isle of Man. Basically, a Triskelion, I'm going to draw it really quickly here. It starts at a point. Let me grab my bigger oh, I got red here, red. So it starts at a point, and then you have this 3 legs that come out that are sort of bent. So it looks, a triskelion looks like that. And this is one of the oldest symbols in the world. It's super old, and it's found in rock carvings and drawings all over the world. It's the flag of the Isle of Man has this symbol in it. Many ancient peoples have used this symbol. Now, if you look at the flat Earth map, you kind of have these 3 legs, but they're not in a triskelion format. But some of the things we're finding may indicate that it's closer to a triskelion than we think. Because, for instance, if the Asian continent goes this way and Australia goes further this way, here you have 1 triskelion. If on the North American continent, everything is further this way to the west, and then the tip goes, instead of like that, it goes further out, then you'll have another triskelion here. And then the 3rd triskelion is right here. And if these move closer together, right, which I think you're going to find that South America is not that far east. It's going to be more west. And this is showing also the triskelion kind of, like here, you'll have this, but it'll be more evenly spaced, as Antonio said. And so you get kind of like this very symbolic, this triskelion, excuse my drawing, it's not that good, but you get this kind of a evenly spaced with this bent leg on each of the thirds. So anyway, that's kind of my theory, that the Earth has a triskelion type of shape. Although kind of, obviously not like long, thin things like that, but with these 3 legs.
So we've been joined by Stephen Chess.
Anyway,
I don't know if you can tell us your location and your time, Stephen.
It is 6:40, Simi Valley, California. I am facing the sunset at west, like slighted south, mostly west, like a slight south, like to the left of west, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
All right, yeah, it's just gone out of view over the trees.
So it's just slightly southwest?
Yeah, just slightly southwest.
Okay, so, and where did he say? California?
Simi Valley, California.
Again, something Valley?
Simi Valley, S-I-M-I, Valley, California.
Valley. Cool. And it's 6:40 p.m.
Yeah, 6:41 now.
Yeah, cool.
Pacific time.
And it's a sunset. And do you have a compass? Do you have a phone with a compass, Steve?
No, but I know north is that way and west is right about there, and it's just a little bit to the left of west. So,
okay,
that's the best I can give you.
Do you know how high you are by any chance?
I could look at. I know we're a little bit above sea level. I could look it up though.
Because I'm thinking when it goes down, it will probably be either due west entirely or slightly due north, so west.
Yeah, Simi Valley is pretty much effectively close to sea level, so,
Right.
Yeah, we're at 768 feet.
All right, okay. Yeah. So, how you doing anyway?
Doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing dreadful. Got a horrible cold. I'm dying.
Oh no! What? Like, don't you have colloidal silver? Couldn't that help?
Yes, I haven't had any for a while. Actually, I had some drops yesterday. No, it's just it's nothing. It's a cold. It's going around here.
It's so nice to see California, Stephen, behind you. Makes me miss it.
How you doing, Patricia?
We've got Ian as well.
I think Ian's in
Just
Australia.
getting in position.
So where are you, Ian?
Yeah, Sydney, Australia. It's just coming up to. Looks like it's 10 minutes ahead of the clock. And he's 12 grand, so that would make it 11:52.
Stephen, can you pause and talk from a standstill? So actually stop moving and speak, just to see whether we receive your sound better.
Yeah, all right.
So Ian, your sound was really fragmented. Can you stop walking and talk to us to see whether you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get into a position where I can see this. The sun at the moment is showing quite a lot of clouds. But 10:52 would be 12 noon according to one of the maps on Google. So it should be coming up another 7 minutes.
Okay, so what time is it on your watch right now?
11:44. So plus 12 minutes will be or minus 12 minutes. Oh, sorry, plus 12 minutes. Hang on, I've got a.
Can you verify that the sun is doing?
Here. The sun's just straight up there. And I don't know if you can see that or not. So it was at 11:22. The sun time was 11:34.
So where the
but the sun.
Sorry,
so that would mean,
Ian, your time on your watch. Your time on your watch is
11:45.
Okay. If you haven't got the solar noon, according to your actual location, you can't rely on timeanddate.com or anything like that, because they're going to have arrived at an average based on maths rather than actual physical observation. So
yeah, no, I haven't got time to do any of that, but
yeah,
I've made myself a little protractor.
Yeah, cool. So what's your location?
Location is I'm in Rhodes in Sydney.
Cool.
And the sun is, well, it's behind a cloud now, but it's directly overhead, north of my location. And hang on, hopefully I can get this protractor to work. That's sort of smooth. Hold on. Really bad. Really rough. All right, get that sun.
I'm not even aware of this. Are you? Anybody else?
A little bit, yeah.
Guys, I'm just trying to look up the.
Yeah.
125 degrees.
I think we caught that bit. 125
Very
degrees.
Rough.
Yes.
Tiny.
Very rough protractor. But
And is the sun directly north of you?
yes, it's north. I haven't got an exact compass or anything, so it might be. It might be close to 130. I'm just trying to line it up here. It's still behind a cloud, so I'm not getting very good readings here. I think it's just about there, which is.
I think sound is cutting out.
No, I haven't said anything. So it's about 125, I'd say. 125 degrees.
That's cool. You've helped people see.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify that the sun was directly north, because if you relied on SunCal to determine your noon, it may not be directly north.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's was a site called Spot On Sundial. I just looked it up, but according to that,
no, any of the online things may not give you your local north or your local noon. You know, the only way you can tell is if your sun is directly north.
You'd have to.
Yeah, well, let me try and get an app going on my phone so I can get a compass going.
Cool. But listen, Ian, we're going to do these again.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to do others.
Yeah.
So, the next time you jump on, so we're going to do one in 3 months' time. When we're leading up to it, okay, if you set yourself, I don't know if you've seen Robin Poe's video on how to establish solar noon. Okay, if you haven't, go to Robin Poe or watch.
Yeah, I know, with a stick and pebbles. Yeah, I know how to do that.
Yeah, so if you do that, you'll find that what your solar noon is, okay, because all the apps and all the data on timeanddate.com, all of those things, they are based on what the spherical Earth should show, okay? But it's off, we know, because we're not on a sphere. So this is why we're doing these.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, so this is why we're doing these, because if it turns out that your solar noon is 15 minutes later than any app tells you, then that's a huge difference in respect to the orientation towards the sun from where you are, you know, or whatever the difference is. So it's just worthwhile, you know, it's worthwhile to actually establish what your solar noon is so that you can go and do exactly what you've just done. So look, thankfully, you've shown how to use this inclinometer to show the angle of elevation to the sun. So people can do this. You can, guys, anybody can do this just with a physical plastic protractor. Burn a hole through the center and have yourself a pivot point. You know?
A protractor on Google and just got a picture of a protractor, printed it out, and then glued a set of headphones to it and tied it to a battery, and it's what I'm using as a weight.
That's it.
And just
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Sticky taped a straw to it.
That's it.
Baseline.
Yeah, that's cool. So yours is the first reading on the elevation, you know, on the hangout. We've had
oh, good.
13 different readings.
There's some now, but I'll see if I can get another reading. My battery's come off my headphones that I was tied onto. My weight's died.
In the meantime, we have Richard, Nathan.
Yeah, we can't see anything or hear anything from you, Richard. If you can say something or show us something, that'd be quite handy. Got the camera locked on Stephen at the moment because his sun is just going down.
Even if he was at, if it was directly north of him, even now, it still would be off by about 10 degrees longitude. Because the sun is 10 degrees longitude east of there.
All right, so I was a bit off on my inclination as well. There's the sun. So according to that, it's 145.
Cool. So we've got Rick in Chicago. We can't see anything from you at the moment, Rick. I don't know if you want to unmute yourself and just say hello. But we certainly can't see anything from you as yet. Sun tracking is a bit like flying a plane. Lots and lots of long, drawn-out, boring, protracted nothingness, punctuated by extreme excitement every so often. The next person that tunes in could debunk the globe again.
Is Rick trying to show his moon?
I don't know. We've still not got. I've not presented him yet because he's just typed into the chat that he's in Chicago, but he's not actually shown us anything. He hasn't said anything as yet, but hopefully he'll figure it out.
I did say. Sorry, Robin. I did say earlier that if anybody wanted to show their moon, because we're going to be doing this 24 hours. Last time, I don't know if any of you guys noticed, like there were very few chemtrails, and some people were saying, "Why don't you track the moon at the same time?" So it's a totally different set of details, but if people want to show the moon, it might be interesting for the lunatics out there.
All right, so am I still on?
Yes.
Yeah.
145, I'd say, is a better reading of the.
Okay, cool. Oh. Pretty big difference.
And it would be noon now, according to that, according to the chart that I've got. So.
Yeah.
I just don't have whether or not it's true or not, I'm just trying to give you some sort of a reading.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was about 10 minutes off for me in the United States.
Yeah, that's same with here. So it says about 10 minutes, 12 minutes is according to that map, according to that chart. So 11:55 now, 11:56. So it would be 12:02 now.
There's a nice sunset, if you can see it.
Put the camera on you, Robin.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it into, just looking out the window. That's, the last sparkles going over the trees there, so. And that puts it at 6:56, or 18:56 in military time.
You broke up a little bit, Robin. As you're now a sun sharer, you want to just repeat that so Antonio gets your details, location.
In Newcastle, Washington, at 18:56, and it's almost exactly due west. It's like due directly west.
Got it.
And like I said, you can just barely see a little sparkle. I'm limited by trees and stuff, so I just contribute.
Dun, da, 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 da,
I got it. I got them, Nathan.
Dun, dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun, dun, dun.
Besides besides the fact that we're getting a lot of good information, it's really kind of fun to see everybody kind of contributing from all across the globe. It makes you realize that we have a big community out there.
The globe? The globe?
Sorry, across the plane.
Plane. The plane, the plane.
The plane.
So I'm looking, guys, I'm looking at suncal.org, and it's saying that from Rhodes, New South Wales, the altitude of the sun is 55 degrees.
Okay. So I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's about what I got. Yeah, 55.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong scale.
Yeah. And according to suncal.org, the time is pretty spot on. But this is where you have the war of the data. You have timeanddate.com, and then you have suncal.org, both giving just slightly different things, compared to what the other is saying. So one will give one set of coordinates and details, the others will give a slightly different version. Usually,
if you do the sticks and stones, you're going to get an even different version of your news. So.
Yes, only out of the three, the one that would be actually 100% true would be the sticks and stones.
Yes. Plus, you can also, if you use the sticks and stones, you can just hold a string from where the shadow falls to the top of the stick and get the angle as well.
Yeah, then it's really easy. You don't get blind or anything. You hold a stick or a string, and then you hold your protractor, and there you go, you've got it drawn. You hold your protractor flush to the floor, make sure it is level, and you've got the angle. There you go, straight away.
Well, yeah, let me show you. I've got a protractor here. And here it is. So if I had like, I'm trying to find a string.
Well, while you're doing that, Robin, I would like to say that it is nice that we're taking sort of baby steps forward in this sun tracking.
Yeah.
So I know that when we did the first one, the amount of comments that said, you should have done this, you should have used that app, you should have done this, that, and the other. It's like just achieving people sharing the sun on the first one was a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're at the point where we're saying, well, we've added solar noon. Yeah, not everybody's going to give it as perfect, but that last time it was just random suns for the most part.
And even if you don't have all the information, you didn't do all the things you should, we still learn something from every sun share. So, but anyway, what I was saying is, like, if this is where the shadow falls, you set the protractor where the shadow falls, and this is like a big rubber band, but you just put the top of well, I'll make it smaller, but you put the top of this would be where my finger is here, is the top of the stick. And then all you'd have to do is hold a string against a protractor, and then it would give you the angle.
It's so easy. Once you know, it's just so easy.
Well, the Girl Scouts always do it the simple way.
It's awesome. I love it. So yeah, like Ian did. So protractors generally have two sets of readings, along the same curve, Mm-hmm. So he read the reading on the inside of the curve, and there's a reading on the outside of the curve. So it's a reading on the outside of the curve that you want, basically. And the difference is whether you're looking to see the angle from here to there, or the angle from there to here.
There, yeah.
Basically the difference. And you don't want some angle from there to here, because that's just going to turn out to be gibberish anyway. Well, how can you...
Got cameras on along the bottom, because, yeah, I've got the camera fixed on Stephen, because he's the only one. Oh, no, Ian's showing us a bit of sun action.
There we
I'll stick
go.
it on Ian for a moment.
Nathan, I'm not going to be kind of America-phobe or anything, but don't you hate it when Americans show California and it looks so nice, and we're in the UK?
Do you want to know what the slang for anti-American is? Listerine. Listerine.
Listerine?
Yeah, you never heard that?
No.
So Listerine is antiseptic. Yeah?
Okay.
And septic tank is a yank.
Okay.
So to be anti-American is to be Listerine.
Okay. Well, I'm not anti-American anyway. One day I'll go to California and hassle the bejesus out of Stephen Chess.
I'm anti-American.
You're Listerine, are you?
Most of them, you know.
Yes, no, I'll be coming to your house, Stephen Chess, and saying, "Where's that gun? Where can I shoot it?"
Probably nowhere near here. You know, everybody can call the police.
No, out in the field somewhere. You've got to have some fields with some burnt out cars that we can take shots at. No,
we would have to walk so many miles, you know.
The guns are only in flyover country. You know what flyover country is? The area when you fly from LA to New York. Everything in between is flyover country.
Huh.
So, and I think technically Seattle is not flyover country, but anything beyond that is. So the guns are all out in flyover country.
Right. Okay. So, Stephen, we would just go to flyover country.
Right. So, like, I guess you would mean like the desert in between, you know, like the Mojave and all that stuff would be that?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
There actually is country between New York and LA that is not desert. You know that?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, that's the stuff that I know most close to me. That's where I've driven. You know, I've driven to Palm Springs and Las Vegas, that kind of stuff.
Well, anywhere where people can't hear you scream, that's fine.
Yeah, actually,
not you.
Actually, I'm so far out of the country. If you hear a gunshot, it doesn't mean that there's a crime being committed. It just means people have coyotes in their pasture.
Right.
People over here are very paranoid about that kind of thing.
Nice area, Stephen. Lovely street.
Yeah, thank you, brother. How you doing, Martin?
I'm doing good, mate. Awesome.
That crack pipe you've got there, Martin?
No, it's a pen. I always chew the end. My teacher once put it on the sole of his shoe and gave it back to me. And after 5 minutes, I completely forgot and put it back in my mouth.
That's disgusting.
You probably shouldn't admit that.
That's disgusting.
Cruel man.
Yeah.
Lewis.
I tell you what, Stephen, there's not many cars on your road.
I'm going to share my son.
What do you mean? What
This
do you mean about cars?
There's no road traffic. Football there.
No. Where's all the drug dealers? Not America. Where's all the police? Where's the gunshots?
That's what people say about America. I've been asked that so many times.
It's like that Bill Hicks thing, isn't it? There's trouble everywhere. He's looking out the window and there's like birds tweeting.
We have Nathan, we have Richard. Robin, we have Richard waiting to say hello, I think.
Oh, yeah, nice. Lake Michigan.
Oh, Lake Michigan.
Can you hear us, Stephen? Was it Richard that's just joined?
Yeah, Richard has just joined. Richard, you're muted if you're trying to say hello.
Saying in a couple of hours he can show the moonrise over Michigan. I think he's having trouble actually getting onto the show, so he's just joined to give us a message in chat.
All right, yeah. All right, cool. Got it.
Excellent.
Be careful, Mugger. Oh.
It's a mirage. He's on Lake Michigan.
So anybody watching, just so you know, the more you show your son, the more likely I am to stick your camera on. So Ian's now giving us a great view of his surroundings. He's more likely to get on camera. So Stephen is mostly on camera because he's set up his camera pointing directly at the sunset. So he could dance away in front of that camera and be on camera all the time. But yeah, we have had a few people that join and immediately can't bear the urge to stick the camera on themselves. They're like, hey, I'm on YouTube. It's like, no, it's not that great. It's just YouTube. We just need your son.
Not getting any sun here. It's all looks like big rain clouds coming here. pretty dark over there.
Can you try turning your phone on its side, Ian, so it's horizontal instead of vertical? See if that works. It may not work. It may just show a funny angle. Oh, that's much better.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's miles better. Very dramatic, your sky.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to in here very soon. Just panning around here. Water is down in roads at the moment.
Of course, it's winter there.
Sydney's over that way, over the back of those clouds, over the back of those. And it's coming around to where the sun should be. It's behind clouds at the moment. Where the sun would be somewhere down there. And just panning around again.
Cathexis has just joined us. Unreal.
If it does get taken down, who's the one who does it? Somebody, like, what happens?
Well, even if it does get it taken down, we've got all the details up to now anyway, so we just carry on.
Yeah, I didn't think that was him.
That depressed everyone.
No, it didn't. It depressed Tim Osman.
Yeah, probably.
Not saying that it was him, but it was him.
Yeah.
He just can't deal with, you know, the Earth being a flat place that was designed and constructed and set and established by a wise consciousness. Can't handle it. It must be a random thing. My actions must have no meaning.
Yeah, so you things like that, we will hold you accountable.
They always resort to the slimiest methods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have nothing to go on other than scum and slime.
Well, just to be on the safe side, I might round out this hangout there. Are you guys all okay to join again if I resend out the link, etc.?
Totally.
Yeah. Can we go on number 2? Did you go on hangout number 2 then, or?
Yeah, so I'll start this hangout as hangout number 2 now. I'll put the camera on me temporarily just so I can round out the show. So
Okay. Sounds good.
See you shortly, everyone. I'm going to drop out too. And Nathan, will you pass me on Skype?
I will. It'll take me maybe 5 minutes just to get all the show running and everything working. So unfortunately, we have to end this show early thanks to that.
It's okay. It's okay. Next time, no letting anybody on until they said hello. So if you can't say hello and give us details, then unfortunately we're going to have to decline because of the kind of thing that we just had.
Yeah. Anyway, so an eventful first session to tracking the sun on the flat Earth. Join us in session 2, which will start very shortly. Thank you so much to everybody who has shared their sunrises and sunsets and a little bit of solar noon so far. Hopefully you'll see us all in the next session.